Alright, Chapter 3, Shogun. Late night Shibuya, 4 a.m. Despite being named the city that never sleeps, very few people were currently present at its most popular locale, Scramble Crossing. Instead, many taxis were parked in their place, ready to carry away the drunks unwilling to wait for the first train of the morning. A generous number of the drivers were reclined in their seats, napping. The more diligent drivers leaned against their steering wheels as their eyes stared idly toward the hotspots, the most frequent ones being Center Guy and the 107 building. However, they were not trying to ascertain whether or not any of the passerby were potential customers. Instead, they focused intently on the movements of the sanitation workers who had arrived about 30 minutes before. The 5 to 6 men were thought to be sanitation workers due to their yellow armbands, each of which had "Sanitation Reporter" written on them. It was very likely that, without the armbands, no one would have recognized them as such, for there was something particularly odd about the men. They were all wearing black suits. Yeah. Furthermore, ever since their arrival, they had yet to show any signs of cleaning at all. Instead, one man held a strange instrument resembling a pendulum, and the surrounding men appeared to be measuring something. This was not restricted to just the one area, however. From the center of Scramble Crossing to the very edge of it, they left no spot untouched, writing all their findings down on various scraps of paper. Even now, they were taking measurements from directly beneath the traffic signals, silently observing the movements of the pendulum. At last, the instrument let out a small chime. They're doing some supernatural stuff.
地点 L2 の8、0.62 メガ GE、ハイスコアです。
Location L28, 0.62 mega GE, the highest score yet.
先月より38ポイントもアップか。思った通りだ。
It's risen 38 points higher than last month's, just as expected. But there was no one present in the early morning Shibuya to pay attention to the odd mumbling and behavior. The taxi drivers would speed off as soon as patrons boarded their cars, quickly forgetting about the mysterious sanitation workers. The drunks were hardly conscious, leaving them unable to see anything around them to begin with. Female nightlife workers who had just clocked out, finally free from the stress of smiling at repulsive drunkards, jumped into taxis to get home as soon as possible. Thus, not a single person was around to notice that the government had not scheduled any plans whatsoever for cleaning to take place that morning. Even after the weekend had passed, the uproar brought on by the fourth New-Gen case, now dubbed the vampire incident, hadn't even come close to calming down. A man's corpse had been found with all its blood taken out of it, leaving the surface of the body a sickly, inhuman shade of green. It had been discovered in a bathroom at Shibuya Station, a part of the Inokashira line. In addition, it was uncovered that a photograph of the corpse had been posted to an online auction, and considering the normality and brutality of the murder, it was inevitable that both the mass media and the ad channel jumped on it. Special attention had been paid to the headline of the auction page, which read, "Type B blood in short supply." Tissue packs advertising an upcoming blood drive had been handed out in large quantities in front of the Shibuya station a few days prior to the incident, and the exact same message had been written on them. I had one of those tissue packs on hand. Reading back over it again now, the insanely strange words didn't read like an ad for a blood drive anymore. They read like some kind of advanced message of the crime. The police had supposedly been searching for part-timers handing out the tissue packs, but they had yet to find any of them. However, there was one area where the vampire differed pretty heavily from the previous cases. While there had already been elements of it in the crucifixion case, the intent for it to be a theatrical crime was much more obvious in this one. A few media outlets had begun clamoring for increased police presence via patrols, or for a late night curfew for people under 18. But the number of young people visiting the city showed no signs of declining. They were just as packed as usual, with people flooding every nook and cranny of Center Guy and Scramble Crossing. The internet was so thirsty for news. A group of people trying to be Snake had snuck into Shibuya late at night to post live updates. And there had also been a phrase that was trending among the city's younger population. Whose eyes are those eyes? It wasn't just online either. That phrase had penetrated the ranks of each and every DQN walking around Shibuya. On that channel, it had become common practice to tack the phrase onto anything, regardless of if it was related or not. This week's ep of Blood Tune won't have much Sierra Tan. Whose eyes are those eyes? The new patch's weapons are so weak they're actually unusable. Whose eyes are those eyes? What whose eyes are those eyes is that from? And so on. To people my age, New Gem is probably just something new and exciting to follow. The newest shit show to obsess over. But to me, it was the most aggravating thing possible. Regardless, a whole 3 days had passed since the vampire case, so I'd been able to calm down a little. Of course, there was still a nagging uneasiness in the corner of my mind, but losing myself in ESO over the weekend, I've been able to temporarily forget about all that irritating, inexplicable garbage. Even though I'd had to go to school today, I've been able to get through my classes by either sleeping through them or thinking about the stats and frame data of ESO's rarest items. I guess I'd leveled up a bit. And so, on my way home from school, I stopped by the internet cafe for the first time in a while. It made me happy to see that the room I usually use, room 37, was vacant and ready for me. The last time I'd set foot in it was at least 2 weeks ago, meaning that this was the longest gap I'd ever had between visits. the sour breeze flowing from the air conditioning, the manga stained with the smell of tobacco. How comfortable it was to sit back in a recliner, the snores of old men cutting through the silent, still air. It all provided the store's interior with an aura of pure nostalgia.
ルーム37の PC のチャットログを調べさせてもらいました。
I inspected the chat logs on room 37's PC.
そこから分かったことは、
And that's when I realized
あなた一人の自作自演。
both members of the chat log were you.
将軍は
This Shogun
あなた自身。
is you. I hadn't seen Yua since then. We were in different grades, and I didn't go to school that often, so it made sense why we hadn't come across each other.
ユアの妄想はすごいよ。
Yua's got some incredible delusions. I couldn't help but pity her. She was clearly sick in the head. I'd be better off just leaving her be. Besides, meeting her at all had been a freak accident. Over the past 2 weeks or so, I've been dragged into all sorts of random bullshit. Before then, my everyday life had been completely vanilla, and Misumi-kun was pretty much the only one who would talk to me. So why was it that basically nothing but weird, inexplicable bullshit had been happening to me recently? I wanted to avoid thinking about that garbage as much as humanly possible. That dying message had to be just a coincidence. The words were all pretty common after all. If I'd thought of it, there was no reason someone else would have been able to as well. I had no interest in who that message was aimed at. No, I couldn't be interested. That was what I told myself, anyhow. No. Suddenly, something started ringing nearby. I jolted up in surprise, and a shudder ran through me as I stayed rooted in my recliner. It's your cell phone, dude. It was the sound of a phone ringing, but whose was it? Because the store was so quiet. Oh yeah, he probably don't have his on him. Okay. Because the store was so quiet, the electronics sound rang out all the louder. I looked around, but I couldn't locate a phone anywhere.
もしかして。
Wait, maybe it's... A thought came to my mind, and I fished around in my bag. Sure enough, the ringing was coming from the cell phone I'd bought just a few days prior. Alright, it was his. I glanced warily at the LCD display. Normally, the caller's name would be displayed there. Ooh. Was it a good idea to answer? I didn't like talking to people that much, so probably not. Who the hell's calling me anyway? Is it your sister? I hadn't told anyone my phone number yet. The only people who even knew it existed were my family, with Nanami's nosy ass making sure to put them in my address book. One of the people registered in my address book called. Their name should be displayed, meaning that whoever was calling wasn't a family member. And true. So, who was this? The phone kept on ringing persistently. Did people who had phones usually force people to listen to the ringing for this long? I'd never used one of them before, so I wouldn't know, but it was incredibly annoying. To suddenly invade someone's privacy like this, cursing them with an obnoxious ringing until they picked up, Yeah, that's why I usually keep mine on quiet or vibrate. A socially acceptable way to invade someone's privacy. That was exactly why I didn't want one of these stupid things. Yeah, I feel ya. Oh, it stopped. Relieved. I checked the screen again. Missed calls, 1, was displayed on it. I had no interest in returning this rando's call, so I decided to leave it be. It'd be a pain in the ass if this happened again in the future, so I should really figure out how to set up my voicemail. Cell phones are such a pain in the ass. True. I didn't even like phones to begin with. I mean, come on. They were freaky as hell. How exactly were you supposed to know if the person you were talking to on the other end was actually the person you thought it was? Well, you usually know their voice and ask. With how prevalent fraud was nowadays, people were actually taking the proper measures to make sure they were talking to the right person. I couldn't help but wonder how people would be able to calmly have a conversation with someone who might be an impersonator. Even if I understood the gist of how it worked, it was hard to believe that my voice would somehow reach distant places through a phone line. When you talk on the phone, your voice is temporarily converted into electrical signals. They pass through the phone lines until they reach the recipient, where they are then restored back to normal. That's when they become audible. In order to talk on the phone, you need to go through this conversion process at least twice. With a cell phone, your voice is first converted in electrical signals. Then, it travels to a nearby base station via radio waves, which then runs through the normal phone lines to the switching station, then to the closest base station to the recipient, before finally arriving at their cell phone right afterward. It was a bizarre, complicated process. If my voice was replaced by electrical signals, could the other party really hear my voice word for word, exactly as I'd sent it? In fact, wasn't it possible that in the conversion process, my voice and my words could be transformed into something completely different? For instance, if I called Nanami, but instead of connecting to her, it connected to some strange, shady facility. And there, I would end up talking to someone I had never met, who was only pretending to be Nanami. Maybe they wouldn't even be a person, but a computer instead. That was the big reason why phone calls freaked me out so much. They were even scarier than talking to someone face to face. Yeah, he has a little bit of a point, I guess, especially nowadays. When I'd logged into ESO as Lizelet, as was often the case, 3 hours passed by in a blink of an eye. It'd been 2 weeks since I'd last used her, but she made for a pretty good support, so I was feeling pretty satisfied. I left the internet cafe in a good mood and started heading home. Center guy was packed and noisy as usual, which irritated me. The bright lights illuminating the streets from the various shops made it hard to believe it was nighttime. And at the end of the well-lit road, despite the crowds, I clearly saw her, causing me to stop dead in my tracks. That one girl. In the midst of so many people, she glared directly at me. right smack in the middle of center guy, where people were coming and going without reprieve, where it was difficult to even walk straight. She stood still, resting the gigantic sword she carried on her shoulder. The spectacle was completely absurd. And yet, no one paid her sword any mind. The stream of people flowed right past her with no change in demeanor. She was a girl I'd seen at 107. She had been there when Nanami was dragging me around to buy a cell phone. The shape of her sword, her Sume uniform, her long black hair, everything matched perfectly. Back then, she had been standing at the top of the stairs in front of the 107, watching the passerbys come and go. And I remembered the sharpness of her glare. I had met her once before, at school. Oh, was she the girl in the hallway? She had these almond-shaped eyes and clean-cut, model-like features, and yet they only served to make her seem all more approachable. And it was all capped off by that long, silky black hair that stretched all the way down to her waist. She was Girl B, the one who had so rudely probed me in the corridors after school one day, asking me who I was. Come to think of it, why was she glaring at me? Thinking maybe it wasn't me she was looking at, I turned around. Usually something like this happened. More often than not, they were just looking at someone who would happen to be behind me. But that wasn't the case here. The one she was glaring at, her gaze filled with intense hostility, it had to be me. I froze. I knew now what it felt like to be someone's prey. Glaring back was out of the question. I was always terrible at looking people in the eye, so I couldn't help but stare down at the pavement. I should run. Normally, I'd go home by taking a left at Scramble Crossing, where she was standing, and then I would end up next to Book Fat. But today, I headed for the station instead. There were a lot of people there, but I'd rather that than deal with some scary 3D girl harassing me. Hell, she might even try to mug me. Or maybe she was only feigning being alone, and she actually had several DQNs lurking nearby, waiting for her to lure me in so they could beat the shit out of me. To be honest, they'd probably one-shot me. Like I'd fall for that. I swiveled to the right, only to be caught completely off guard.
あ、え
Huh? What? Somehow, the girl was right in front of me. Flustered, I turned back around to look at Scramble Crossing. She was no longer there. I looked in front of me once again. The girl with the sword was still glaring at me, just as she had been before. What the hell? When did she get around me? Legs could only move so fast. That was practically teleportation. And besides, how could she have predicted that I'd turn around in the first place?
おい
Hey, you. Yeah. Her voice reached my ears with extreme clarity. I frantically looked around me. I wanted to think she was talking to someone else, even though I already know full well who she was talking to. I searched for anyone else she could be directing that "hey you" toward. But obviously, there was no one. A number of businessmen walking by glanced at Girl B inquisitively, only to realize she wasn't talking to them, and walked away. Girl B, who had been standing there imposingly the entire time, took a sudden step toward me. That was all the confirmation I needed. Girl B had been targeting me after all.
お前見えるのか
I'm talking to you. Do you see it? Rude as ever. In my 17 years of life, I could probably count the number of times a girl had talked to me like this in one hand. Well, I guess there were times when Kirimiya Tsubaki, I messed that up, aka Tsunko, had talked to me like that, but it was in a tsundere kind of way. Granted, Tsunko had just a 2D character from the Roge Tell Me doll. Girl B kept getting closer and closer as those stupid thoughts raced through my head. Why does she feel so intimidating even though she's a girl? I wondered. But the reasons were simple. The sharp look in her eyes and the gigantic sword she was carrying. For a sword, it had a fairly unique shape. It was the kind of thing that operated on anime logic. It had an awesome design, but if you actually used it in real life, it'd be completely unusable. It had to be from some mecha anime. Had there been any mecha anime that started airing recently? Even though I knew it was a prop for some random anime cosplay, it still looked incredibly sharp and solid. Like if you even so much as touched it, it would slice your fingers clean off. What a strange sword.
見えるのかと聞いている
I asked you if you can see it. Girl B had already cut the distance between us by 2 meters. If she swung her sword, it would hit me. Flustered, I took a step back, but it was too late. Girl B closed the distance further and further. She had actually swung the sword. Oh. Cowering on the spot, I covered my head. I'm gonna go with positive, I think. Just to see what. Yeah, sure. If I hadn't dodged it, it would have hit my head for sure. I doubt it would have cut me, but with that kind of force behind it, it would have given me a concussion and permanently dented my skull. I hated pain.
何をするだ
What are you, the hell are you doing? I was so shaken that my speech got all messed up. Girl B looked down at me coldly. Man, she was really close. Her bare legs were right in front of me, and at this, I was gonna say, is he gonna look up her skirt? And at this angle, I could almost see up her skirt.
やはり見えるのか
You can see it, can't you?
すいません。見てないです。
I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. I frantically lowered my gaze. I knew for a fact she was gonna accuse me of looking at her panties. But I didn't see them, I swear. I almost saw them, but I didn't. Really. Besides, 3D panties don't get me off anyway. The only panties I fap to are either 2D or belong to figures.
嘘だ絶対見た
You're lying. You had to have seen.
さっきからチラチラ見てただろ
You've been glancing over and over for a while now.
本当に見てない。
I didn't. I swear.
ふん
Hmm. And then, for some reason I couldn't comprehend, girl B slipped off one of her shoes, and then she began to take off one of her knee socks. In the midst of this, the area under her skirt threatened to become visible yet again, leaving me at a loss for where to look. I tried to find an opening to escape, but girl B refused to take her eyes off of me as she continued removing her sock. Oh. The now barefoot girl assumed an opposing stance, covering her lips in a scornful manner. Ugh. I'll make you confess. With her foot? I don't think he'll confess if it's in his mouth. Suddenly, girl B's warm, bare foot stepped directly on my crotch. The sudden humiliation rendered me hopelessly embarrassed.
ほらどうだグー
There we go. How does that feel? Up and down.
やめ
Wait, people walking around didn't even look at us. Why couldn't there be at least one person who came to my rescue? What a cold society we lived in.
だんだん大きくなってきた
It's getting bigger and bigger. Ugh. Having this happen to me, and right smack in the middle of center guy, is mortifying, but I was enjoying it.
あーラメ
Asa.
答えろ見えるんだな
I was thinking he might have yelled that out loud. Answer me. You see it, don't you?
理想度が
Is it die sword or D sword? Huh? When I came back to myself, I couldn't immediately grasp what was going on, leaving me to blankly stare up at girl B. She was still wearing her shoes, and she wasn't stepping on my crotch or anything. What the? Had that been a delusion? So she wasn't trying to accuse me of seeing her panties. At any rate, a die sword? What the hell was that? We're just gonna call it a D sword. It was the first time I'd ever heard that word. Girl B had said it was a sword, and whatever she was carrying was definitely shaped like a sword, but why was she asking me if I could see it? I decided to just nod. I mean, I obviously could see it. There'd be something wrong with me if I couldn't. Lugging around a sword that large and conspicuous, and in center guy no less. I'd be willing to accept if this was Akiba, but in Shibuya of all places.
そうか
I see.
お前も集められたんだな
So you have been gathered. Huh? Gathered? Yeah, what do you mean? Who and by whom? At the very least, I was definitely here voluntarily.
エラーを見たことがあるか
Have you seen an error before? In Japanese, please. Was what I'd wanted to say, but unsurprisingly, I wasn't brave enough. Then again, if I said the wrong thing, she'd probably stab me, so. Regardless, this chick had been spouting nothing but nonsense ever since she'd first opened her mouth.
見たら教えろ
Tell me if you see one. After she said that, girl B turned around. Her skirt fluttered in the breeze, and I could almost see her panties. I hurriedly shut my eyes.
私は3年の青い瀬名。
Oi, oi, Senya, third year, Sena.
駅前の電車にいる。
You'll find me on the train in the front of the station. I opened my eyes. The girl calling herself Sena had vanished. I was completely stunned, and it wasn't until I arrived back at my base that I realized that I hadn't understood a single damn word she said. Despite everything going on, I had to go to school 3 times this week. Somebody off me. Ah! A mysterious screech resounded from far away. The sudden nature of it made me jump. And when I slowly looked in the direction it came from, it's his sister. Shit.
お兄
Big bro. Nami rushed toward me with a staggering speed. I tried to run away, but it was too late. She had already circled around me and blocked my path. She always did have amazing reflexes.
ちょっとなんで妹見て逃げるの
Hey, why'd you try and run away when you saw me? Maybe because you're incredibly annoying?
あ、そうやってすぐ黙るし
Jeez, you're always so quick to clam up like that. Damn it. Why did she decide to go to Sume of all places? That decision had done nothing but cause me endless pain and suffering. Whenever she ran into me on the way to school, she always stuck her nose in my business without fail.
ねえねえ携帯どう使ってる使ってないでしょ
Hey, do you like your new phone? Are you using it? Let me guess, probably not, right?
買ってからもう何日か経ってるけど一度も家にかけてこないもんね
It's been days and days since we bought it, but you haven't called home a single time. That's how I know. Ugh. Doing my best to break free, I started speed walking, but Nanami was determined to keep up.
家に生存報告の電話ぐらいしなよそのために買ったんだから
You could at least call home and let us know you're alive, you know? That's why we bought it in the first place.
どうしても嫌ならそのナナの携帯にかけるだけでもいいからさ
And if you can't bear to do that for whatever reason, you can just call me.
お母さん心配してるんだからね
Because mom's worried about you.
そもそもちゃんとご飯食べてんのどうせコンビニ弁当ばっかなんでしょ
Have you been eating right? Why I even ask? You've probably been surviving off nothing but stuff from the convenience store.
やっぱお兄に一人暮らしは無理なんだよ家に帰ってきなよ
I knew you'd be helpless living on your own. Just come back home, you butt.
ナナがどんな気持ちでお兄の様子見に行ってるか分かってる
Do you have any idea how I feel whenever I come to check up on you?
いつも心配でしょうがないんだからね
I'm always worried about you. I just can't help it. Shut the fuck up! What the hell's your problem? Are you my mom or something? And stop talking about shit like this when we're on the side of the road. It's humiliating. I had already been feeling like shit, yet this bitch had somehow managed to come along and make me feel even worse. There was nothing on this earth more embarrassing than walking to school with your younger sister. The situation came out quite often in Roge. Hell, I'd always longed for it to happen to me, but Nanami was nothing compared to 2D little sisters. Less than nothing. Damn it, world. Give me a cuter younger sister. A slightly tense atmosphere hung in the air between us as we walked side by side towards school. I looked at Nanami to see if there was any chance of escape before we reached the gate. Even though she had been yammering on and on just a bit ago, she had fallen completely silent, now walking with an absent-minded look on her face. It even looked like her eyes really weren't focusing on the road, but that was probably just my imagination. Her footsteps were unsteady. Something must be wrong with her, I suspected. She kept on swaying back and forth, and about a moment later, she stumbled right out into the road, right as a car came racing toward her.
危ない
Hey, watch out! Panicking, I grabbed Nanami's arm and yanked her back. The horn of the car blared as it sped by. She just barely avoided getting run over.
お前、何やってんだ
What the hell are you doing, dumbass?
あれ
Huh? Huh? Nanami blinked a few times, then tilted her head to the side.
ナナ、今なんであんなこと
Why did I do that?
あれ
Huh? I was at a loss for words. She was an honest to God fucking idiot. She didn't even understand her own actions. And for the record, that wasn't Mo, not even close.
何やってるんだよ車にひかれたいのか
Seriously? What were you doing? Are you trying to get run over?
車なんて来てた
Was there a car? Yes, there was a car. What was up with this total fucking ditz of a sister?
ねえお兄、今ヒューヒューヒューンっていう音聞こえなかった
Hey, big bro. That whirring sound just now. Didn't you hear it? What? What was she talking about? I hadn't heard jack shit.
その音聞いてたらね、なんだかぼんやりした感覚になって。
When I heard that sound, my head went all fuzzy for some reason.
で、あそこに
And over there. Nanami pointed at the corner of the road.
お父さんとお母さんが立ってて、ナナを呼んでたの。
I saw Mom and Dad. They were calling me. When I looked to where Nanami was pointing, I didn't see her parents. Instead, I saw a creepy man standing in that exact spot. He wore a plaid shirt, fingerless gloves, jeans rolled up at the bottom, and white sneakers. He had a rucksack on his back that was filled to bursting. He looked like an otaku plucked straight out of Akihabara. Akihabara? Capping off his outfit, he was holding a video camera in one hand. Did he have a voyeur fetish or some shit?
おい、他人を指さすな
Hey, don't point at strangers. God, what a rude ass sister. Besides, it'd make no sense for our parents to be here in the first place. They lived in Shimokitazawa. Shimokitazawa? 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 After all.
おかしいな。確かに呼ばれたのに。
That's so weird. I know I heard my name. The man started looking our way. Then, he pointed the camera lens at us. What the hell is wrong with him?
行くぞ、ナナミ。
Let's go, Nanami. Frightened, I quickly ran from the scene, leaving Nanami behind.
あ、お兄、ちょっと待ってよ。
Hey, big bro, wait for me. I continued to ignore Nanami until we got to school, upon which I ditched her to walk down the noisy as ever hallway toward my classroom. When walking down the hallway, stay along the edge. Don't walk too fast or too slow. Don't make eye contact with anyone. Those were the 3 rules I always followed. That was how I didn't stand out in school. I transformed myself into an existence akin to air itself. That was my secret to success.
よ、タク。
Yo, Taku. Yeah, people like him definitely made it hard for it to actually work. Catching up to me from behind, Misumi-kun greeted me in his normal, overly friendly fashion by clapping a hand on my shoulder.
おいっす。
What's up?
挨拶ぐらいしろって。ま、お前がそういうやつだってのは分かってるけどよ。
Come on, you could at least greet me back. Well, whatever. I already know you're not really that kind of guy.
なあ、この前 D 組の女子の話したよな。めったに学校来ねえけど、すげえ可愛い女子がいるって。
Hey, remember that chick I was talking about a couple weeks back? From Class D? You know, the super cute one that doesn't come to school that often. Huh?
その子、岸本綾瀬って名前なんだけどよ。
Her name's Kishimoto Ayase.
実は、その岸本に関してすげえ発見したんだ。
Anyway, I discovered something absolutely insane about her. Musumi-kun suddenly lowered his voice, then looked around us. It was just gonna be something vulgar, wasn't it? Already tired of his BS, I almost let out a sigh.
フェスいるだろ。フェス。
So, you know Fess, right? But what he said made me bite it back.
その岸本ってのがフェスなんだよ。
That Kishimoto chick, she is Fess.
俺マジビビったぜ。まさかフェスがうちの学校の生徒だなんてよ。
That really threw me for a loop. I can't believe Fess is a student at our school.
しかも俺らとタメだってことだぜ。
Did you know that she's in the same year as us too? For whatever reason, Masumi-kun leaned his upper body out of the window, then gazed up toward the sky with a look of pure ecstasy.
運命ってきっとこういうことを言うんだな。
This has to be that fate thing everyone's always talking about. This was the 3rd floor. If he were to slip, he'd fall to the ground and break his neck, ending his life just like that. My anxiety steadily climbed as I watched him. Misumi-kun leaned farther and farther and farther out the window before switching his gaze down toward the entrance beneath it.
お、噂をすればなんとやらだタク。岸本を発見した。もうすぐここに来るぜ。
Oh shit, speak of the devil. Taku, I see Kishimoto. She'll be here any minute now. Huh? With so many coincidences piling up one after the other, maybe it really was fate. Not that I cared.
よし、待ち構えてやる。見てろタク。俺のナンパ術ってのを見せてやるよ。
Alright, I'll be waiting to pounce on her here. I'll show you a thing or two about picking up chicks. Now, watch me work. He was brimming with self-confidence. Man, alpha males like him really were impressive. Picking up girls and all that was a completely different world for me. It wasn't even worth trying. A few moments later, Fess, Kishimoto Ayase appeared. It was just like Musumi-kun said. She really was Fess. I made sure of that while observing her from a safe distance. I still couldn't believe she was in the same year as us. She was wearing a sume uniform. Distinctive aloofness came from her expression as she walked slowly down the hallway. It gave off a completely different impression than the one she had had on stage. Back then, despite her apathetic tone, I'd felt a sense of power and liveliness emanating off of her. But now, the aura she gave off felt listless and unapproachable. Ignoring this, likely deliberately, Misumi-kun strolled over to her with the same overly friendly attitude he always had with me, then casually stopped right next to her.
Yo, Kishimoto-san. Oh, hayo.
Yo, Kishimoto-san. Good morning. Whoa. His smile was so invigorating, despite being so obviously fake. I had no idea how he was able to act like that around someone he barely knew. That's why we love him. That's why we admire him. Then again, I didn't really want to be him.
あ、俺、三角大輔。よろしく。
Oh yeah, I'm Asumi Daisuke. Nice to finally meet ya, Daisuke.
おっと、初対面とか思ってるだろう。でも違うんだな、これが。
Oh wait, that might make you think we haven't met before, right? But nope, not true.
俺さ、こないだファンタズムのライブ行ったんだよね。だから君に会うのは2度目。
So, I went to a Phantasm concert the other day, and you know what that means? It means it's our second time seeing each other.
で、その時君の歌声にこう、なんつうの？ビビってきちゃったんだ。
And I just want to say, your voice from back then, how do I put this? Gave me chills.
別に俺ミーハーとかじゃねえよ。惹かれたのはさ、詩とか君の可愛さとかそういうところもあるけど、でも何より一番すげえって思ったのはやっぱバンドとしての完成度っつうか。
And it's not like I'm the type of guy to follow the herd, you know? Sure, I was taken in by your lyrics and how cute you are and stuff like that, but what impressed me the most was how perfectly in sync you and your band were.
あの音あっての君の歌声っつうの？
You know, like how perfect their sound and your voice work together. You guys showed me what real harmony's like.
ちなみに俺も実はバンドやりたいなって思っててさ。よかったらああいういいバンドメンバーを見つけるコツとか、バンドの先輩としての心得みたいなもの教えてくんねえかな。
Fun fact about me. I've always wanted to start a band. So if it's cool with you, could you tell me how to find some bandmates? Or any other tips you think I should know?
あ、今すぐじゃ迷惑だろうから。そうだな。放課後とか暇？どっかで二人きりでじっくり話さない？
Oh, but that's kind of putting you on the spot, isn't it? So maybe not. Wait, I know. Are you free after school today? How about we go and take some time to talk about it? Misumi-kun kept on talking and talking with no breaks. His tone was different from usual, and it was obviously fake. Not only that, but he wasn't hitting on her directly, instead using the band angle in order to invite her somewhere nonchalantly. I'd never heard this fun fact about Masumi-kun wanting to start a band before. It had to be a lie. He was willing to go that far in order to win some points, to force a flag rather than attaining it naturally. But Fess didn't even so much as look at him. She simply continued to walk down the hallway at the same pace, as if not a sound had reached her ears.
Na, 聞いてる?
Hey, are you listening? Let's go... screw it, let's go positive. Huh? Suddenly, Fess stopped in her tracks. Her slightly lowered gaze slowly rose up, and then... she looked at me. Huh? Me? Come to think of it, the same thing had happened at the concert. It felt like Fess was staring directly at me. Just in general, I've been stared at by a whole bunch of freaky 3D girls over the past couple weeks. God, what the hell was going on? Was I becoming popular now? There's already someone I like.
マジ? 何何? それって俺のこと?
Oh, really? Who is it? Could it be me?
そこの人
The person over there.
そこ?
Over there. Over where? Who is she talking about? She wasn't pointing anywhere, nor doing anything that would clue us in as to who she was referring to. She just kept looking at me, and only me. Wait, was the person she liked me?
この前ライブに来てたわね
You came to my concert the other night. Fess began to walk toward me, still refusing to avert her gaze. My surroundings began to buzz. Everyone was listening in on the unexpected confession of Shibuya's famous songstress, Fess.
いや、俺もライブに行って。
So, I think there's been a mistake. I came to the concert to...
一目で悟ったわ
From a single glance, I knew. Fess wasn't listening to a single thing Masumi-kun said. She grabbed my necktie with one hand and pulled me in close. Close enough that I could clearly feel her breath against my skin. This was not a distance you could maintain with someone you were close friends with, nor was it one to be shared between family members. It was a distance, a closeness, reserved only for lovers.
君が私の運命の人だって
You are my companion, chosen by fate. With nary even a smile, Fess slowly brushed my cheek with her fingertips. The sheer seductiveness of the gesture sent chills down my spine. I was entranced. Fess had me. I couldn't take my eyes off of her.
決めたわ
I have made my decision.
私君の
I will
お嫁さんになる
become your bride. Dang! That declaration was so far removed from the normal aloofness and decadence that Fess always carried, and yet the sheer contrast between them proved unbearably acute. Everyone around us was effectively throbbing with excitement upon hearing Fess's proposal to me. Masumi-kun was utterly mortified upon losing to me, that he came crashing down to his knees, crestfallen.
僕の意見は無視ですか
Do I get a say in this?
嫌な
Do you not want me?
嫌じゃないです
I don't not want you. Felt like I was being swept away by a river of temptation. If I got to marry a beautiful girl like her, I would win at life right then and there. And thus began the heart-pounding love story of me and Fess. And he snapped to reality. Reality. Like that ever happened. While I was over here drowning in my moronic delusions, Fess was murmuring something in a low voice, only to up and disappear soon after.
自信なくすぜくそー
You've lost your touch, Asuki. Damn it. Sumikun was sulking, having been completely and utterly disregarded. Considering how she had deterred an alpha male of his caliber, maybe the other team was what Fess preferred. A true Yuri connoisseur, for sure.
それはすごくいいスールです
Man, she'd make a great... whatever that is. Especially if she was type character with Nanami. That's the stuff.
あんな不愛想な女もう二度と相手にしてやるもんかよ
I won't even bother trying again with an antisocial bitch like her.
あーうぜ
Damn it. Sucks ass.
えだいたい何が剣を見つけろだわけわかんね
What was up with that finding a sword shit anyway? Made no sense to me.
剣
A sword.
えああ岸本がそう言ってただろ
Yeah, that's what Kishimoto was going on about. Weren't you listening?
剣を見つけろそうすれば救われるって
Find a sword, and if you do, you'll be granted salvation, or something like that. Salvation?
なあタークファンタズムの歌にそんな歌詞でもあるのか
Hey Taku, are there any Phantasm songs with lyrics like that? A sword? Could that possibly be referring to that mic stand thing that she'd be using during the concert? Come to think of it, there'd been another person a couple of days ago that had interrogated me about a sword. That Sena girl. Sena? The one who was absolutely terrifying. I'd actually thought she was going to slice me in two. The sword she'd been carrying was a different shape than the one Fess had, but they had similar aura to them. Could the two of them be connected somehow? I didn't know. There was way too much shit I didn't know. Shogun, the demon girl, Yua, Fess, Sena, swords. As was my old habit, I jotted down a list of all the things I didn't know enough about in my head. I'd meant to put myself as a final item on the list, but I decided against it. I was completely normal. It was the stuff happening around me that wasn't. That was the most obvious conclusion. Was Fess my ally? Or my enemy? It would be nice to know at least that much. Problem was, I didn't have the courage to ask her. Today, I headed straight for Animate without stopping by the internet cafe. The reason, of course, was to finally pick up my long-awaited Bloodtoon figure, Sierratan post-awakening version. While I was in checkout, Yua's face crossed my mind for a second, but I cut off those thoughts immediately. I glanced at the Sierratines that were set on display in order to attract customers, but since the sculptor was Kajima Yoshio, not a single word needed to be said about their quality. I had to get home fast so I can enjoy every nook and cranny as soon as possible. As long as I could admire Sierratin's face every now and then while I played ESO, I was content. So why did the entire third dimension do nothing but bring me trouble? It plagued me even now. I headed straight for my base in high spirits, forgetting all about fests and swords and whatever else, and practically skipping the entire way home. When I was about 50 meters away, I encountered two men who carried an unmistakably abnormal air about them. I attempted to pass by them without making eye contact, but they were very clearly watching me.
そこの君、ちょっといいかい?
You over there, could we have a moment? The first of the two to call out to me was a dull older man, one that looked like he belonged to a cycling racetrack gambling his life away. His hair was a mess, and his unshaved beard was somehow worse. He wore a worn-out old suit and sloppily tied necktie, dress shoes that didn't show a trace of being cared for. All of it came together to form an unparalleled example of a man who had failed to get ahead in life. For some reason, the fact that he was flapping a fan at himself only served to further emphasize how pathetic he looked. His expression was similarly languid, his mouth curled into a flippant smile. And yet, when our eyes met for a split second, I knew that he wasn't really smiling. There was nowhere to run. As I searched for something to reply to them with, the two men made their way up to me.
おじさん、こういうものなんだけどさ。
In case you're wondering who we are. The old man took out a black badge from his suit and held it out toward me. It was the same kind of police badge you'd seen in various TV shows, but it was obviously the first time I'd ever seen a real one. They finally come for me. They could only be here for one thing, the crucifixion case.
ちょっと話を聞かせてもらっていいかい?
Mind if we ask you a couple questions?
もちろん強制じゃないんだけどね。あ、いやいや、そんな身構えなくていいよ。本当話聞くだけだから。
We won't force you, of course. Oh, no. Don't worry. You can take it easy. We're not after you or anything. We just want to hear your take on things. Honest. The way he spoke didn't show a trace of trying to intimidate me. The other, younger detective, however, wore a strict expression as he nonchalantly moved to block my path. Sweat started running down my neck. If I made any wrong moves, they'd likely suspect me of being the culprit and haul me down to the station right then and there. I didn't want that to happen. I resigned myself and gave a small nod.
君さ、俗に言うニュージェネレーションの狂気って知ってるかな?
Let's see. Have you heard anything about what's commonly referred to as the new generation madness? I knew it. I wiped the beads of sweat off my forehead, then gave him a nod in reply.
じゃあ3番目に起きた通称貼り付け殺人事件も当然知ってるよね。この近所で起きたわけなんだけども。
Then you would also know about the third case, aka the crucifixion case, correct? It did happen right in this neighborhood, after all.
その目撃者を探してるわけよ。
We've been looking for witnesses.
あ、ちなみに君、名前聞かせてくれる?
Oh, and while we're at it, could you tell me your name? A gulp forced itself down my throat. This wasn't some bait and switch shit, was it? Or maybe they were a bunch of con men who were only acting like policemen, while in reality they were just mining my personal information so they could put it to ill use. They could even be the demon girl's underlings.
あれ答えてくんないのかな
Are you still there? Did we lose you? If they started to suspect me, there'd be no end to it. What should I do? If I give them a fake name, they might arrest me immediately.
ああ、個人情報保護法とか気にしてるおじさんそんなに信用なさそうに見えるかな
Oh, are you worried about protecting your personal info? Ouch. Do I really look that untrustworthy? I'll say. Either way, his friendly way of speaking had to be just an act.
西条匠
Shiju Takumi. In the end, I figured there was no way around it. That it was in my best interest to answer honestly.
西条匠くんでいいかい
Shiju Takumi-kun. Mind if I call you that? I shook my head.
本当に
You sure about that? Huh? What was that supposed to mean? I had purposely given him my real name. So what the hell was that reaction?
いや、これは失礼。今のは気にしないでくれ。
Sorry, I'm just yanking your chain of scush. Don't worry about it. The detective's natural laughter rang throughout the quiet residential area. Ugh, just hurry up and let me go already.
その制服、水明だよね。何年生
That uniform of yours. It's from Sume, ain't it? What year are you? Did I have to answer stuff like that?
に
Second.
悪いね。聞き取れなかった。おじさん、もう年だから耳遠くてさ。もう一度言ってくれる
Sorry, didn't catch that. I'm at the age where your ears start to go. Could you run that by me one more time?
2年生
I'm a second year.
ああ、2年生ね。どうも。
Second year. Got it.
で、西条さん。聞きたいことってのは、先月の29日の午後6時から10時頃にかけて、どこで何してたかなんだわ。
Alright then, Nishizu-san. As for what we wanted to ask you, where were you on the 29th from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m.? Were they asking me for my alibi? Did that mean they suspected me? That's ridiculous.
いや、別に君を疑ってるわけじゃなくてさ。その時間にこの近くにいたなら、怪しい人物を見かけたとか、何か音を聞いたとか、ないかと思ってね。
Oh, it's not like we suspect you or anything. Just thought that if you were in the neighborhood, you might have seen someone suspicious or heard something. That's all. For some reason, the way the guy talked was really starting to get to me. Maybe talking in a way that deliberately agitated the subject was some kind of interrogation technique. Of course, I had seen someone suspicious. I'd seen someone very clearly and with my own two eyes. But I wasn't sure if it would be a good idea to tell that to the shady old guy. What would I do if I told him and then that demon girl came back for revenge? It seemed like the demon girl was letting me run free for now, but still had Shogun on her side, and he was equipped with precognitive powers. So, by that logic, that must have meant that the demon girl had some sort of insane power as well. And if that was true, and I told the police about it. She might find out about it immediately because of her clairvoyance or whatever, and then she'd come to kill me right after.
なあ、西条くん。今日はそんなに暑いか？
Say, Nishiju-kun, surely it isn't that hot out today, is it? My heart rate skyrocketed. If I stayed silent like this, they would absolutely suspect me of being the criminal. But at the same time, I was scared that if I lied and I said I didn't see anything, they'd see right through me. The older man fanned me a couple of times with his fan. A cool breeze rustled my hair.
もうすっかり秋だ。汗かくほど暑いとは思えんけどな。まあ、体質ってのは人それぞれだしな。
Well, we're pretty deep into fall after all, so I can't say I feel it's hot enough outside to be sweating. Well, no one's built quite the same as anyone else, I suppose. Ironic, considering he was the one walking around with a fan. But he was right. It wasn't all that hot out today. It was perfect, actually. The kind of temperature you'd actually enjoy spending time in. I'd wiped the sweat off my forehead with my sleeve countless times now.
僕はやってない。
Didn't do it.
おお。
Oh. The look in his eyes shifted. I realized that I'd slipped up, but I had no idea what exactly had tipped him off.
何をやっていないんだ？
What didn't you do? Yeah, saying you didn't do it is what did it. They definitely suspected me. I had to answer honestly. Staring at the manhole cover right beneath my feet, I began to blurt out everything.
見たんです。
I saw something.
貼り付けの現場、そこに女がいたんです。
At the crucifixion crime scene, there was a girl.
で、血まみれにして死体の前に。
She was standing in front of a body, and her hands were covered in blood.
杭がたくさん死体に突き刺さってて、あれ500本は絶対超えてた。異常だ。
There were tons of stakes stabbed into the corpse. There had to be over 500 of them. It was so messed up.
死体がハリネズミみたいになってて。
The body looked almost like a hedgehog.
女は僕を見てよかったって笑ってた。
The girl, she looked at me. She said, "Thank goodness." And then she smiled at me.
あの女は悪魔だ。人間じゃない。
That girl, she's not human. She's a demon.
ニュージェネの母には人を超えた存在なんだ。
She's the culprit behind the new gen. She's a being that transcends humanity.
ヨシとかすごい超能力とか使う。
She has precognitive, super strong ESP, and upon saying that much, I realized the two detectives were staring at me with their eyes wide. Maybe they didn't believe me. Thinking that, I clamped my mouth shut.
悪魔か。なるほどね。そいつは参考になったよ。
A demon, huh? I see, I see. That's very helpful.
本当です。
I'm telling the truth.
ああ、わかってるわかってる。貴重な情報だよ。
I know. I never doubted it. You've given us some valuable information.
僕を警察で守ってください。
Please get the police to protect me.
その前に、その女の年はわかる。服装とか、顔の特徴とか。
Before we do all that, do you know how old the girl was? Her clothes, her facial features, stuff like that will also do.
水明。
Sume uniform?
水明って、水明学園？
Sume, you mean Sume Academy?
その制服着てた。
She was wearing a Sume uniform.
つまり、西条君と同じ学校の生徒か。
In other words, she goes to the same high school as you, Nishizu-kun. After simmering on that for a moment, the old man grinned. He then muttered something that could be either an actual question or him just mumbling to himself.
何年生だろうな、その女子高生は。
What year is she in? I wonder.
何年生だと思う西条くん。
What do you think, Nishizu-kun?
わからない。
I don't know.
じゃあ、なんて名前だと思う？
Alright. Then what's her name?
わからないよ。僕はあの悪魔の名前なんて知らない。
Don't know that either. I don't know that demon's name.
その女の身長、体重、あとついでにスリーサイズについて。
What about her height and weight? Oh, while you're at it, her measurements. What was up with this old man? Was he screwing with me? How was I supposed to know even a single one of those? Did he think I could instantly get all of those measurements from a single glance? Oh yeah, sure. I absolutely had such a stupid power. Oh wait, no I didn't. Because this wasn't a goddamn rom-com manga.
なるほど。黙ってるってことはわからないってことだね。結構。参考になったよ。
So, you climbing up over there is telling me you don't know? No big deal. You've been a big help today.
これは本部に戻って検討しないといかんな。
I've got to head back to HQ and consider all this carefully.
先輩、マジっすか？
Sir, are you serious? Waving his hand to silence the dumbfounded younger detective, the older man signaled something to him with his eyes.
西条くん、ちなみに連絡先とか教えてもらえる？
Oh, before I forget, Nishizu-kun, could you tell us how to get a hold of you?
なんで？
Huh? Why? I knew they wouldn't believe me. They wanted to label me as some nut job and falsely accuse me of everything.
ああ、だって悪魔だっけ？そいつから君を守らなくちゃならないだろ？
Well, you said there was a demon, didn't ya? We've got to protect you from it somehow, no? Oh, so that was why he'd asked. Oh, thank God. They actually believed me. If I could get the police to protect me, it would be incredibly reassuring. Yes, the enemy was a demon, so the police would only get one shot if they went up against her, but it was better than being unarmed. Feeling slightly relieved, I took out the phone I had bought a few days prior and showed him my phone number. The younger detective scribbled it down in his notebook.
いや、忙しいところありがとうさ。君の身の安全は警察が保証するから、何の心配もしなさんな。
Well then, time for us to jet. Thank you for your time, and we'll keep you safe, so don't you worry.
じゃあ、また何か聞きたいことができたら電話するかもしんないんで、その時はよろしくね。
Alrighty. If we have any more questions, we'll give you a ring, so keep your ears peeled.
イルスとか使わないでくれよ。今のところ警察にとっては君は重要な人物だからな。
Make sure not to pretend like you're not there or something, you hear me? As of now, you are an invaluable asset to the police.
え？
Huh?
君の目撃証言は事件解決の重要な手がかりになりそうだ。
Your eyewitness testimony could be exactly what we need to blow this case wide open.
じゃあな。
Have a good one. Yeah, in case they wanna, pin him for it. The two detectives bowed their heads and promptly took off. After taking a glance at me over his shoulder, the younger detective whispered something to the older one. The older man paid him no mind and simply continued to walk. I let out a long, long sigh. That was intense. It was the first time I'd ever been questioned by actual detectives. I'd acted pretty suspicious without meaning to, but they'd believed me anyway, somehow. God, I'd give anything for the police to arrest that demon girl. Then again, the police didn't have any special powers, so maybe I should keep my expectations low. I then noticed that my mouth had gone incredibly dry without me realizing, so I redirected myself to the nearest vending machine and got myself a cola.
うわ、覚醒バージョン残すエロすぎ。パンモノじゃんか。だがそれがいい。
Holy shit. The costume on the post-awakening version is way too erotic. Her panties are completely visible. But that's what's good about it.
顔かわいいよ顔。原作再現度はいまいちだけど、プンプンと漂うエロスが木島義雄らしさだよな。これはこれでグッジョブ。
Damn. Sierra, your face is so cute, Sierra. The attempt to match the anime is somewhat lacking, but her face has that distinct eroticism to it that permeates through all of the Kojima Yoshida's work, which more than makes up for it. One of your best works, Kojima-san. GJ, my lord.
上着キャストオフとか、この角度からじゃほとんど全裸にしか見えんひょー。
Her jacket is removable too. From this angle, she looks almost completely naked. Holy shit.
髪の動きがいいよな。覚醒バージョンは髪が命って持論があるわけだが、間違ってなかったな。
The way her hair flows looks so fucking good. I had a theory that the hair would be what truly sells the post-awakening version. And I definitely wasn't wrong there.
さて、それではお待ちかね。パンツ行ってみようか。どれどれ。
Alrighty then. The best part we've all been waiting for. Let's take a look at the panties. Let's see.
うんうん。V ゾーンの作り込みいいよ。シャンの付き方リアルだしって。おお、これスージーさん。すげえ。マジですげえ。クオリティ高すぎ。
Holy shit. Wow. They did an amazing job on her V-zone. The wrinkles look so real. Wait. No. Could it be? Camel toe? Holy shit. Holy shit. The sheer quality on display here is truly awesome sauce.
これセーラタン5作目にして早くも最高傑作爆誕じゃねえ。これ以上すごいのなんて出せないってマジで。やっぱ木島は神。
This is only the 5th model, yet they managed to put out a masterpiece this quickly. Seriously, how do they expect to top this? Kojima is an actual god. I carefully stood my new Sierra tan next to my monitor. Sierra, you're so sexy, Sierra. Simply looking over at her made me grin uncontrollably. Life was good. I logged on and immediately started posting my impressions of the new Sierra Tan figure on @channel. When I finished doing that, I went to check my email, then checked to see if any of my friends on Free Para had posted any updates.
おっと、前フレ申請来てるじゃん。
I've got a friend request.
誰これ。
Who's this?
セーラコミュの人か。
Probably someone from the Sierra fandom.
はいはい、ゲイですよ。
Sure, accept. Now then, time for ESO. But the very second I thought that, I felt chills on the nape of my neck. It was the gaze, complete with its usual intense presence. Whose eyes are those eyes? Damn it, this was not the time. When had I first started feeling the gaze? I'd long since forgotten. It slithered its way into each and every part of my life, bothering the shit out of me all the way. There were a lot of things that disturbed my peace, but the gaze was right up there with Nanami as the most irritating thing I had to deal with. Fine then, let's do it. The "it'll take more than that to make me turn around" game. Still fixated on my monitor, I try to think of some cool lines you'd hear in a manga.
貴様出てこい。
Come on out, you piece of shit.
僕の目をごまかせるとでも思ったか。甘いな。
Did you think you could pull a wool over my eyes? How incredibly naive. Ah, you found me out.
当たり前だ。僕の後ろに立つなと何度言えば。
Of course I have. How many times have I told you not to stand behind? Huh? Was that a woman's voice just now? Goosebumps stood up all over my body. Had the reclusive owner of the gaze finally decided to show themselves? Was that even possible? Should I turn around and see who it was? But what if she attacked me the moment I did? It was a fairly cute sounding voice, but what if, in reality, a monster far removed from anything human was standing there? No. If that were the case, wouldn't that mean that they were getting ready to attack me right now? If I didn't turn around now, I wouldn't even notice if they killed me. Maybe I should say something else to see if they'd respond. It was possible that the voice I'd heard was just a hallucination or a delusion or something, so that'd help confirm it. And I mean, I talk to my Seertam figure all the time in my head. It had to be the same thing. Meh. I tried to be bold and ask, "Who are you?" But I hesitated. If I provoked the attacker, it could very easily spell the end for me. It could cause her to finally stop waiting and attack me. So many delusions ran through my head that I found myself completely paralyzed. What should I do? Maybe the whole thing was a product of my own design, and I was just being the world's biggest dumbass. I swear, if the owner of the gaze wasn't here, and I'd just been sitting here trembling in fear over nothing, I was gonna...
あれ、タク？固まってる？
Huh? Taku, why are you so tense? Oh god, it really wasn't a hallucination or a delusion. There was someone right behind me. Startled, I reflexively turned around. Hiya! The demon girl. The girl sitting on the sofa was undeniably the same one I had seen at the crucifixion crime scene. And now, for some reason I couldn't comprehend, she was just standing there, looking at me, smiling. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. She'd finally come to kill me. It had to be because of the detectives I talked to. She'd seen me do it with her clairvoyance. After that, she had infiltrated my base without making a sound, took up a position in which she could kill me at any moment, and now she was reveling in my fear as I cried and screamed in terror. Couldn't be anything else. Don't kill me. I tried to scream, but I was too terrified to make a sound.
コケコッコ
A doe's didgeridoo? Tilting her neck to the side, the demon girl unleashed a strange incantation. It had to be some demonic tongue. She was cursing me. In hopes of gaining as much distance as possible from her, I went to hide underneath my desk. Problem was, I was so shaken that I ended up bashing my head into the edge of it, rendering me unable to move as I writhed in pain.
何やってるのタク
What are you doing, Taku?
今すっごい音したよポツンって
That was a crazy loud sound you just made. Bonk. Even now, the demon girl was keeping up her amused smile. But it had to be a trap, one built to lull me into a false sense of security. The second I let my guard down, she'd swoop in and end me. Or maybe she already had that curse she'd placed on me a minute ago. In a few days, my entire body would suddenly start spewing blood everywhere, and I'd die right then and there.
頼むよ
I beg you,
殺さないで
don't kill me. I got down on my hands and knees, cradling my head between my arms. Those damn detectives had completely fucked me over.
警察に喋ったこと謝るから
I'm sorry I talked to the police, so please.
警察
Huh?
それに話してもちっとも信じてもらえてなかったし
And even when I told them everything, they didn't believe a word I said. It was a lie, meant to buy me some time. The older detective had said he'd guarantee my safety. If he was doing his job properly, he would have sent at least one officer over to my place. Upon thinking that, I suddenly realized I'd given the old man my phone number, but I hadn't given him my address.
石
Bishi? Eh? Suddenly, the demon girl assumed a pose resembling a salute. And what was just as, if not more strange, was what she said. It was almost like a sound effect. Was it another demonic curse?
独り言はやめるべし
You're gonna stop talking like that right now.
殺さないでとか警察がどうとか私には何のことかさっぱりだよ
Stuff like, don't kill me, the police, or any weird stuff like that. I've got no clue what any of it means. What? Was she trying to play dumb? Or was this her roundabout way of threatening me? And in actuality, she was saying, forget the truth, act as if nothing ever happened. What the hell was she thinking? Hadn't she come here to kill me?
ほら立てる立とう
Come on. Can you stand? Here, let me help you up. The demon girl got up from the couch and reached her hand out to me. Her expression was so gentle, and now that I was seeing her up close, she was actually pretty cute. Damn it. I was letting her get to me. Stop acting like a goddamn idiot. Was I seriously calling Demon pretty cute? She was a murderer. She'd used Yua and Shogun to trap me, and now she'd come to finish me off herself. Don't trust her. I'd already learned my lesson back with Yua. I'd never make the same mistake again. I refused to take her hand. Don't be deceived by this demon girl's smile. She was a demon trying to tempt me. If I gave in to the temptation, I'd die. Trust no one. Don't believe anything. Don't believe anything anyone says.
だって見たんだ。
But I saw.
お前が人を殺してるとこ。
I saw you kill someone.
あのさ、タク、それかなりひどいこと言ってるって気づいてる？
Taku, don't you realize that's a pretty mean thing to say? Does he somehow control her through his delusions or something?
まさか殺人犯呼ばわりされるなんてね。ははは。
Can't say I ever thought I'd get called a murderer. What was she gonna do with me?
ニュージェネも
Aren't you gonna kill me? Just like with the guy in the fourth case, was she gonna
殺すんでしょ。
for New Gen?
それとも岩とか将軍とかがいる場所に連れてって。
Or are you gonna take me to where you and Shogun?
うわ、将軍？誰それ？
You are Shogun? Who are those guys? Maybe the three of them had decided to work together. That way, I wouldn't be able to fight back when they beat me to death.
そんなの嫌だ。
No. But please, anything but that.
助けて。
Help me.
じゃあね、私を殺人犯扱いしなければ助けてあげる。
Okay. I promise I'll help you. As long as you stop treating me like a murderer. So, that was her true goal?
そんなビビらないでよ。いちいち私がへこむようなリアクションしてくれるよね。
Come on. Don't freak out like that. You react like this to every other thing I say, and it always bums me out.
お願いだ。もう二度と誰にも喋らないから。だから見逃して。
Please, I won't tell a single soul about you again, so please, let me go.
もしもーし、タク、ちょっと落ち着こう。
Hello, Taku. Could you calm down a little? This bitch, acting like we were close or something, calling me Taku and shit. Wait, actually, how did she know my name? She had already known it back when we had first met at the crucifixion crime scene. How? How did she know it? And also, how had she known where my base was?
当然でしょ。
I mean, why wouldn't I? It only makes sense.
あなたの名前を知ってるのは
Why I know your name, I mean... Had she just read my mind? I knew she was clairvoyant. She knew my name, my address, all because she'd used her powers on me.
タクって結構独り言多いよね。
You sure do talk to yourself a whole lot, Taku.
前から思ってたことだけど。
Then again, you've pretty much always done that. Always? How long was she talking? Wait, had I been talking to myself out loud just now? I hadn't been aware of it at all. Was that really true? Had I really been talking to myself out loud? Or was it possible that she was just lying to me? And in actuality, she read my mind.
タクの名前を知らないわけないよ。私、物覚えはそんなに良くない方だけど。
Why wouldn't I know your name, Taku? I mean, I know I'm not great at remembering stuff, but
友達の名前くらい覚えるよ。
I always remember the names of my friends. Friends?
それともタク、私のことバカにしてる？そりゃ私テストの点数はそんなに良くないけど。
Also, Taku, are you making fun of me? Sure, my test scores aren't that high, but
面と向かってそういうこと言われると傷ついちゃうな。
it kinda hurts when you say that sort of thing to my face, you know? Was someone here crazy? But who was it? Me? Her?
もしかして転校生？
Could you be a transfer student?
そういえば近いうちに転校生が来るらしいよ。スカチン先生が言ってた。
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, there's apparently a transfer student moving into our class soon. Mr. Sukachin said something like that. There were two different conversations going on here. My terror from earlier, together with the anxiety of having no idea when I'd get killed, was starting to fade. But rushing in to replace it was a completely new kind of dread, slithering in to slowly erode my mind.
もしもし？
Hello?
その顔はまさかまだ信じてくれてない？
Judging by your face, I'm guessing you still don't believe me.
誰？
Who are you? Who was she? A murderer? A demon girl? That was who.
うわ、タクこそクラスメートの顔を覚えてないんだ。ひどー。
Wow. You can't even remember what your own classmate looks like? I can't believe you. Did she say classmate? So we weren't just friends, but classmates too.
でもまあしょうがないか。タクはあんまり学校来ないもんね。
Well, I guess I can't bug you too much about it. You don't come to school very often, after all.
だからって私の存在丸ごとなかったことにするのはどうかと思う。
However, that doesn't mean you can just totally forget I exist.
私の名前本当に忘れちゃった？
Have you really forgotten my name?
そんなことないよね。知ってるでしょ？
There's no way. Come on, you have to know it.
あなたは
I know.
知ってるはず。
You know. I know you know. Me.
み
Me.
そう正解。賞金50円プレゼント。
That's it. Right on the money. 50 yen to you, contestant.
私崎畑リミです。
Yep. Sakihara Rimi, reporting for duty.
なんだ、やっぱり覚えててくれたんだね。
Wowee. You really do remember me.
よかったよかった。
Glad to hear it. How? Was it true? Was the demon girl's name really Rimi? Why had that name suddenly popped into my head just now? Why did I know this girl's name? Maybe she really was a classmate and a friend and I'd just forgotten. No, there was no way. I'd never even heard of the name Sakihara Rimi. It had to be a fake name. It had to be that when I'd said Rimi, she just decided that it'd be her name right then and there. It was like one of those spam emails from a Nigerian prince that used your personal info. Besides, other than Yua, I'd never met a 3D girl who would talk to me like we were this close in my life. And Gio was the demon girl's underling. Wait, that was it. What the girl calling herself Sakihara was doing right now was exactly the same as what you had done. This temptress knew I wasn't used to interacting with 3D girls, so she was attempting to lead me into a trap by behaving all friendly and trying to seduce me. It was the same exact strategy. And the thing is, while I barely remember my classmates' faces at all, and I didn't plan to either, I could say with absolute certainty that I'd never seen this girl's face in the same classroom as me before. Probably. Damn it. I couldn't completely rule it out. After all, whenever I was at school, I was usually glued to my desk until the final bell, pretending to sleep, having delusions, staring at my desk, or feigning reading my textbooks. I didn't do anything else. I had next to no memory of my classmates' names and faces, so I didn't even try to remember any. Which was it? Was she telling the truth, or was it all a lie? No, it didn't matter whether or not we were classmates, because the one thing I knew for sure, the one hard, indisputable fact, was that she had committed murder.
もしかして本気で思い出せないの？さっき頭打ったせいで記憶喪失になっちゃった？
Are you really having trouble remembering? Did you get amnesia when you hit your head a little bit ago? The demon girl reached for my head. I retreated back under the desk to try and avoid her.
タク、変だよ。
Taku, you're being weird. Ugh.
じゃあ、大臣に聞いてみて。
I know. How about you ask Dai-chin?
そしたら、タクも思い出せるかも。
If you do, maybe you'll remember then. Dai-chin? What the hell was that? Was that a person? Or some sort of secret code? Another demonic incantation?
大臣だよ、大臣。三角大輔。
Come on, Dai-chin, Dai-chin. Misumi Daisuke. Uh-huh. She knew Misumi-kun's name. And not only that, but she was calling him Dai-chin. She wouldn't call him that unless they were really close.
ちょっと待ってね。
Okay, just a sec. The demon girl reached for a bag on the sofa, a bag that wasn't mine, and took out a cell phone.
大臣はと。
Let's see. Dai-chin, Dai-chin, you should be...
よし、オッケー。
Alright, got him.
はい。
Here you go. After a bit of fiddling with the phone, she held it out to me. When I made no motion to take it, the demon girl forced a smile and quickly grabbed my hand.
ほら、固まってないで。
Come on, loosen up. She forced me to hold the cell phone. The demon girl's hands were soft, and just a little bit cold. I'd expected it to be a lot colder, almost like ice, but it wasn't nearly that bad. I guess even murderers had blood flowing through their veins. And because her hand was unexpectedly feminine, my heart started to thump. No, don't fall for it. She's a demon. I'll never let her seduce me. I'm not into 3D. Lend me your power,
タク、携帯使ったことないの？ 電話機は耳に当てるんだよ。
Taku, have you not used a cell phone before? You're supposed to put it up to your ear. Tilting her head, the demon girl peered at my face from point blank range. With her hand still grabbing mine, she brought the phone up to my ear. But before she did, I quickly looked at the screen. The registered name Daichin was displayed on it, and it looked like it was already calling them. With no escape, I pressed the receiver up against my ear. I heard the sound of the phone ringing. Eventually, that sound stopped, and in its place, whose eyes are those eyes? Were they saying that to me? Or to the demon girl? Why had they said that? The person on the other end remained silent. They didn't say who they were. It sounded like they were downtown or something, as I could hear a bunch of noise coming through the receiver. I was so confused. My voice wouldn't come out. I had no idea what to say. Or so it goes. Did I use it right? I know that phrase is pretty popular nowadays. Haha. Misumi-kun, or at least that's who I thought it was, quickly reverted to his normal tone. Okay, so what's up? Rimi. Sakihara Rimi. Misumi-kun knew her. Well, it wasn't like that was anything unusual. Misumi-kun was a natural-born playboy, after all. It wouldn't be surprising if he'd gone out with the demon girl in the past, or even if they were in a super intimate relationship now. That didn't matter to me, though. What I needed to know was whether the demon girl was my classmate or not.
タク、大地出た？
Taku, did Daichin pick up? The demon girl once again peered in my face. Shit, she was way too close. I turned my back to her and spoke into the receiver.
僕西条
It's Nishiju.
なんだ、タクか。リミと一緒にいるのか？
What? It's Taku. You with Rimi? Oh, why had he responded so nonchalantly? Him acting so natural made it sound like me being with the demon girl was an everyday occurrence or something.
またリミに振り回されてるのか？まあいいから、お前も。
She dragging you along again? Man, you've really got it bad.
でもよ、一つだけ言っていいか？
But do you mind if I give you a piece of advice?
お前、そろそろ自分の携帯変えよ。
Go buy your own damn phone already. Huh? Was the person on the other end really Misumi-kun? For example, there was the possibility that the demon girl had made a phone call to someone who only sounded like Misumi-kun. Maybe this person who sounded like Misumi-kun was just another underling of hers, and he was only pretending to be Misumi-kun in order to trick me. I was starting to doubt anything and everything. I didn't know what was true and what was a lie. Hold on, what the hell kind of trap was this demon girl trying to make me fall into anyway? Why bother with a trap this elaborate? In a situation like this, wouldn't it be easier and quicker for her just to go ahead and kill me already? Or was there some reason behind it? Some kind of prerequisite saying she had to trick me, even if it meant taking it this slow? Nah. Maybe it was some hidden camera type thing spearheaded by Masumi-kun. The girl wasn't actually my classmate, but Masumi-kun's girlfriend, and he had sent her here in order to screw with me. As fucking if. If that were the case, how the hell would I explain everything that had happened at the crucifixion crime scene?
で、タク、なんか用か？
So what's up, Taku?
俺としては野郎からの電話なんてあんま嬉しくねえんだけどな。
Though, to be honest, I can't say I'm all that happy about getting a call from a dude. His tone of voice sounded exactly like Masumi-kun's. The more I heard, the more convinced I was that the person on the other end had to be him.
女の口説き方でも教えてもらいたいのか？
You looking for advice on how to seduce chicks or something?
なわけねえか。
As if you'd ever call me about that. Should I start talking? I sensed a gaze on my back. The girl was staring at me. The chills on the back of my neck still hadn't gone away. What kind of expression was the demon girl making? I wanted to turn around and see for myself, but I was too scared.
で、なんなんだ？今俺も女と一緒なんだよ。なるべく手短に頼むわ。
Okay, seriously, what is it? I'm with a girl right now, so make it quick.
その、
なんだよ。早く言えって。
You what? Hurry up and spit it out.
うちの
Our
クラス
class?
ああ、うちのクラスがどうした？
Yeah, what about our class?
いる
In it,
何か？
what's in it?
女子
A girl?
あ？
Who?
先畑って名前の
Sakihara is her name. Despite steadily becoming more and more incoherent, I somehow managed to explain myself. Suddenly, Masumi couldn't stop responding. Silence. However, I could still hear the noise of the city around them, so the call hadn't disconnected or anything. Why wasn't he talking? Yeah, that. The next thing I heard was an extremely exaggerated sigh.
お前さ、ゲーム脳じゃねえの？
Look, you sure you haven't got gamer brain or whatever?
ちょ
What? Oh, where'd that come from? And not only was it completely out of left field, but he had brought up that bullshit condition that had been coined despite having no scientific backing whatsoever.
それってリミのことだろ？
You're talking about Remy. Yeah.
リミの携帯でかけてきてるくせに何バカなこと言ってんだお前。
You're calling right from her phone, so I don't understand where all this dumbass shit's coming from. The...
わかった。お前もしかしてリミに何か指図されてんだろ？いたずらか？ドッキリか？
Oh, I get it now. Remy put you up to this, didn't she? This a prank? You two trying to pull one over on me?
じゃあリミに伝えといてくれ。お前の低レベルのドッキリに引っかかる。俺はバカじゃねえ。ってな。
Alright then. Give Remy a message from me. Tell her I'm not stupid enough to fall for your garbage pranks.
本当
Is she really...
何が？
Is she really what?
本当にクラスメイト
Is she really our classmate?
お前な。
Dude,
たまにしか学校来ねえから忘れちまったか？
look. I get that you barely come to school, but did you seriously forget? Are you really that far gone?
俺はともかく、お
Forget me. You've been in the same class with her since the first year of high school, if I remember right. I mean, come on. The three of us saw a movie together pretty recently. I couldn't comprehend what the person that sounded like Musumi-kun was saying. He said that the demon girl and I had been in the same class since the first year, and that the three of us had seen a movie together pretty recently. Pretty recently, but when exactly? We wouldn't have become pals if it weren't for Rimi. I was hanging out with her when we met. After all, she and I mesh real well together. You know, with how whimsical we both are. This world's pretty huge, but even then, Rimi and I are just about the only ones who'd bother talking to a NEET like you. Whoops, that might have been a bit harsh. The words I heard on the other end of the call, not a single one of them felt real to me. I had absolutely no memory of any of it. I couldn't acknowledge that any of that had happened in the past. I just couldn't. It was all some story that the person who sounded like Musumi-kun had made up. It couldn't be my past. The past could only be established as truth if a person remembered it. So if I didn't remember it, it wasn't true. Well, while we're at it, I've been meaning to say that Rimi doesn't really act like much of a girl at all, does she? Kinda throws me off. But, don't tell her I said that.
君は誰だ?
Who are you? Whoa. Have you seriously lost it? If you've forgotten even me too, then you really have been playing too many games. Unable to take it anymore, I hung up the phone. My breathing had grown extremely heavy without me noticing. The sweat that had been beading on my forehead showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it was increasing. Long trails of sweat trickled down my entire body, starting from my face and ending at my feet.
たく、汗びっしょりだよ。
Taku, you're covered in sweat. The demon girl, looking worried about me, calmly offered me a handkerchief. A cute, patternless, vermilion handkerchief. There was a faint floral scent to it. Instead of taking it, I attempted to somehow maintain my composure and organize my thoughts about everything that was happening, but in the end, it didn't go too well. I was doubting anything and everything, causing all my thoughts to rapidly turn together into a chaotic whirlpool. Sighing in minor disappointment, the demon girl put away her handkerchief, and then, with a triumphant look on her face, she asked me a question.
で、大臣はなんて?
So, what did Daichin say? She was acting like she already knew the answer. I couldn't afford to answer her. What was she? An ordinary classmate of mine? Or a monster? I had no idea. Maybe I was the crazy one. Taking the chat with Shogun into consideration, I couldn't rule out the possibility that someone other than myself was controlling my body. Or maybe all the memories of the demon girl, the girl named Sakihara Rimi, had somehow gotten knocked right out of me due to some freak accident or something. At this point, I didn't know anything about myself for sure. Did I have amnesia? Did I sleepwalk? Or could it be something else entirely?
大丈夫？
Are you okay?
体辛いならソファーで横になる？
If you're not feeling good, you could try lying down on the sofa. The demon girl spoke to me kindly. Don't let your guard down. Anyone who acts nice to an otaku freak like me must have some kind of ulterior motive. I shook my head, putting my strong will to resist against the demon girl on full display. Then, using that same strength, I raised my head. Sweat got in my eyes, blurring my vision. The demon girl's face was a lot closer than I'd expected it to be. What color eyes were those?
なんで
Why?
何？
Why what?
ここにいる
Are you here?
なんでってタクに会いに来たんだよ。
Why? Because I came to see you, duh.
もしかして勝手に部屋に入ったこと怒ってる？
Are you mad that I came in without asking?
でもそれはタクがちっとも返事してくれないから悪いんだよ。
Then again, that's totally your fault for not answering.
結構長い時間ノックしてたんだから。
I was knocking for a really long time, you know. I thrust the cell phone she'd given me back at her. As I watched the demon girl timidly take it back, I asked her once again,
なんで
Why?
ん？今度は何？
What is it this time?
ここにいる
Are you here? What was the reason for her coming here? If she'd come to kill me, she would have done it a long time ago. So why wasn't she doing anything?
ああ、ここに来た理由？ね。
Oh, you want to know why I'm here? Just a sec. The demon girl reached into her bag and pulled out a single sheet of paper. This is why.
進路希望のプリント持ってきてあげたの。
I brought you the worksheet asking about what you want to be when you graduate and stuff. So here, post-graduation aspirations. I found myself taking it from her without really thinking. She wasn't lying. The piece of paper did have post-graduation aspirations written on it, along with 3 blank spaces to write in your answers. Was that it? Was that really all she'd come for?
帰ってよ
Go home. I don't want anything to do with her. I don't want anything to do with any 3D girls. This is a trap. Don't listen to her. This isn't reality. This is a game, one filled with bugs. There are way too many contradictions. It doesn't hold together as a proper story.
僕に関わらないでよ
Stay away from me. If you don't intend to kill me, then just leave me alone. I am me. Some me that isn't me may be friends with Sakihara Rimi, but that me has nothing to do with the current me. Dang. Cradling my head, I closed myself off completely. I kept trembling and trembling, envisioning that the girl known as Sakihara Rimi wasn't there anymore. Not long after, I heard the sound of the door opening, telling me that the demon girl had left. In the midst of a pitch black room, the pale light of the PC monitor cut through the darkness. Pictured on the screen was a Sierra screensaver from Bloodtoon, the animation. While there had been a girl by the name of Sakiyata Rimi present in the container half a day prior, the only figure that remained was the container's owner, Yoshizu Takumi. While there had been a girl by the name of Sakiyata Rimi present in the container half a day prior, the only figure that remained was the container's owner, Yoshizu Takumi. It was already 5 in the morning. In Takumi's daily life, he would play online games until dawn and then collapse on the sofa once he could not keep his eyes open any longer. Even now, Takumi was asleep on the couch, twisted in a seemingly uncomfortable position. He never used his bed for sleep. He did indeed have a proper bed, but it was already occupied by manga, CDs, and other random piled up media. He could never be bothered to tidy it up, so his bed had effectively been repurposed into his storeroom. Ever since then, he had utilized his 2-person sofa as his one and only place to sleep. Pained moan escaped from Takumi's lips. Perhaps he was having a nightmare. His entire body was perspiring, and his closed eyelids twitched and trembled. His expression was warped in agony, and he was tossing and turning so frequently, he came very close to falling off the couch. Right before he did, however, his eyes suddenly and inexplicably shot open as he faced the ceiling. They were bloodshot, and his eyeballs were faintly convulsing. Still in that state, without blinking even a single time, he rose from the sofa. He slowly staggered toward the PC. Without sitting down, he moved the mouse as he stood before the desk. Then the screensaver disappeared, and its desktop showed itself. The pale light of the monitor shone on Takumi's face, illuminating his horrifyingly vacant expression. His body swayed back and forth, and his mouth hung slightly ajar. Drool seeped down his chin. His current state was a textbook example of sleepwalking. The delirious boy launched the web browser, then opened up Ad Channel. His movement itself was languid and slow, but he showed no hesitation in selecting a thread from the board related to New Gen. The board listed a total of around 60 threads, and Takumi slowly opened each one by one. And then, with his eyes remaining glued to the monitor, he began to type. He repeated this action for each and every thread. His posts were not particularly long, only housing a few characters each, but they all composed of the exact same sentence. What is it? Whose eyes are those eyes? Oh, Shogun. Oh. I went to the hospital first thing the next morning. So he does sleepwalk and do stuffs. They hadn't confirmed it the last time I'd come here, but today, they would definitely tell me I was normal. Dr. Takashina would remember me. I'd tell him, "It's me, Nishizu. I was your patient until around 4 years ago." And then he'd tell me everything I needed to hear. I wasn't the crazy one. It was the demon girl and Misumi-kun. They were the crazy ones. That was definitely what he was gonna say. This hospital opened at 8 in the morning, which was a little bit earlier than regular hospitals. That was the reason why I'd shown up right when it opened, and yet the seats in the lobby were already filled with countless middle-aged people or older. What the hell? Why? The hospital just opened, so why were there so many people here? Don't you bastards know head starts are unfair? Come on time like you're supposed to, assholes. As I continued to insult them inside my head, I had no choice but to wait. About an hour passed before I really started to regret not having made an appointment. But right after I started thinking that, they called my name, and I was immediately relieved to know that I wouldn't have to wait as long as last week. Except the one waiting for me in the examination room wasn't Dr. Takashina, but some white-haired old man that I'd never seen before.
高階先生は
Where's Dr. Takashina? Noticing my confusion, the nurse standing right behind him, I think her name was Azuki-san, gave an apologetic look.
高階先生はもういません。
I'm afraid Dr. Takashina is no longer here. What?
もういないというか、過労がたたって先週末に倒れてしまわれてね。今週はそれでずっと休みだよ。
Rather, to be specific, he collapsed from fatigue last weekend. He's taken the week off to rest. What? This couldn't be happening. My one and only ally. Wait, had he really collapsed from fatigue?
陰謀だ。悪魔女の陰謀だ。
It's a conspiracy, orchestrated by the demon girl.
西条さん
Nishizu-san. She had to have poisoned his food, or sent him a death threat to scare him into submission, or done some other horrible act to psychologically break him. This had to be the work of the demon girl. She was trying to isolate me from my allies so that I'd be defenseless against her assault. There was no way in hell I was going to let anyone other than Dr. Takashina examine me. So instead of getting a checkup, I ran away from the hospital. Damn it. Leaning on the fence at the edge of the roof, I blankly stared up at the sky. The skies of Shibuya were dim and lifeless. You'd have to be crazy to call them clear.
病院にはもう行かない方がいい。
I shouldn't go to the hospital anymore. The demon girl's net was tightening around me. Maybe I already had nowhere to run. Maybe the detectives I'd met yesterday were imposters. Maybe in reality, they had been the demon girl's underlings all along, and they'd just been testing me. That had to be it. The timing had been just way too perfect. The demon girl had broken into my room right after I'd talked to them, for fuck's sake. She was a demon, after all. She wasn't human. Controlling and manipulating a human mind would be child's play for her. I had no evidence of that, though. But at the same time, I had no evidence proving she wasn't a demon. Which meant the only way to stay alive was just to assume the worst case scenario. Did I really have nobody on my side? It felt like everyone was against me. No matter where I looked, no matter who it was. All I saw was yet another one of the demon girl's underlings.
助けて。誰か助けてよ。
Save me. Somebody save me. Why didn't I have even a single ally? Why wouldn't anyone come save me? Why did only I have to suffer so much? I felt more hopeless than ever. I just wanted something to support me. Someone who would protect me. Something that would protect me. I didn't care who or what it was, just someone, something. Please, grant me salvation. And then, just as suddenly, Fess's Kishimoto Ayasi's face appeared in my mind. I remembered what she had said to me when we'd met at school. I'd been lost in my own delusions at the time, but Masumi-kun told me that she'd said, "Find a sword. If you do, you'll be granted salvation."
Ken.
A sword. If this was a game, I'd be the protagonist, and there'd be a cliché story moment where I'd obtain the legendary sword and triumph over evil. At this point, I'd heard the word sword from 2 different 3D girls recently, in an extremely close proximity at that. There still remained the possibility that Fess was on my side. Girl B, however, I think her name was Sena, had a pretty high chance of being one of the demon girl's underlings, judging by her attitude. A sword.
剣だ。剣を手に入れるんだ。そうすれば。
A sword. If I can get a sword, then I'll be. I started talking to myself like I'd lost my mind. I was grasping at straws at this point. If I just get my hands on a sword, I might be freed from this nightmare. I couldn't help but hope for that. It wasn't that I believed what Fess had said about granting me salvation. I just had nothing else to cling to. At the very least, I should do some research. I promptly tried searching for it online. I started off by checking to see if the swords Fess and Cena were carrying appeared in any anime, but I couldn't find anything, at least from the seasonals. I'd expected as much. I always checked out the newest anime, after all. Considering there were upwards of 30 to 40 of them in one season, it'd really pile up on me if I tried to watch them all. So I just watched the first couple episodes and figured out which ones to keep following from there. Naturally, since MewTube existed, I had no trouble completing my lineup from channels such as BS and CS. There was no way I'd overlooked any anime. And those swords weren't in any of the shows I'd checked out. The swords both had extremely distinctive shapes, so if they'd showed up, I definitely would have remembered them. Although if someone other than myself had been controlling me when I saw it, then there was nothing I could do about it. Next, I tried searching for the swords themselves, rather than anime they might have appeared in.
くそ、ほとんどがゲームの攻略サイトじゃんか。
Damn it, they're almost all video game walkthrough sites. Terms I knew well, such as ESO's Shangri-La Edge, kept popping up. I was making no progress. For fuck's sake, I was supposed to be able to find it quickly. I had a feeling the scene had used a more concrete name for it, but what had it been? Remember. The nightmare won't end unless you remember.
答えろ。見えるんだな。
Answer me. You see it, don't you?
ディソードが。
The D sword. Die sword.
D ソード。
Oh, this D sword. Alright. That was it. She called it a D sword. I quickly typed it in and ran a search. I got hits. Only 2 of them, though. Even so, I was already starting to think of those 2 links as my road to salvation. Holding back my excitement, clicked on the top one first. Shit, the page was down. Damn it, what the hell? Okay, calm down. Go back and look at the cache. The page had an illustration on it. Must have been a recreation based on how the sword was described in various books.
元ネタは伝承か。
It's from a legend?
でもセナって女が持ってたのに比べるとこっちは随分地味だな。
But compared to the one that Cena girl had, it's really plain. Why did it have to be such a niche sword to begin with? I mean, why couldn't it have been a sword like Excalibur or Kusanagi? You know, swords that were actually a big deal. No, this wasn't the time to piss and moan. Niche or mainstream, I didn't care as long as it could save me. I decided to research it a bit more. Continuing, I clicked the second link. The words, "I bought a D-sword," caught my eye specifically. Were D-swords something you could buy? The blog owner seemed to be male, so I could deduce that it couldn't be the demon girl or Cena. And the energy shown in the writing was way too different from Shogun's. I bought a sword today. It's called a D-sword, I think. Seriously, I can't get enough of all this shady stuff I've been picking up. Town Vanguard is an oasis for my soul, man. The only places in the entire Tokyo metropolitan area that I've got that shady vibe TV has are in Akiba. Even though Akiba's stores don't really scratch the itch for me, you know? Okay. Was he a completely unrelated third party? Or could he have deliberately changed his writing style? WTF. I knew that no answer would come to me no matter how much I thought about it, so I gave up and stopped looking at the blog. More importantly, it seemed like the store he'd mentioned, Town Vanguard, was located in Shibuya. I had the feeling that it was too good to be true, but I also had the feeling that it was predestined too. I'm still wondering though, who the hell named the thing a D-sword? It's this pretty huge toy and it's got this real oomph to it. Yeah, but even then, I'll bet money on the fact that the only reason it's at the store at all is because of the clerk, Yochin's interests. I mean, they recently put up a fantasy something, I can't read that. Looking at it from another angle, maybe the exact reason I'd run into the girl holding a D-sword in the middle of Shibuya twice was because the store was located there. Wait, wasn't underground stuff like this supposed to be secretly popular among a few minority groups in Shibuya? Pretty sure it was. Anyway, I went ahead and ran a search for a Town Vanguard. It didn't seem to have an official site, but I did find a preview image of it on an online map. If they didn't have an official site, that probably meant they didn't take online orders. I tried searching for them as a seller on Taboo Auctions, but I didn't find anything. Which meant that I would have to go to the store in person. I really didn't want to go outside, but
剣は手に入れなくちゃ。手に入れないとダメなんだ。
I have to get a sword. I have no other choice. I had now come to think of the sword as my soul, only means of opposing the demon girl. I didn't have any idea what I would actually do after I got it, though. I certainly wasn't brave enough to kill her with it, not even close. Even so, I had hoped that if I got my hands on a sword, I would be released somewhat from the terror that was tormenting me. The D sword would be my protective charm, something I could depend on. There was something strangely alluring about that sword. It seemed like the store was located somewhere near Cat Street. Cat Street was a long, winding road next to Mijidori that ran from Shibuya to Harajuku. Apparently, it had been built on top of an old stream that had been reclaimed a while back. There were a bunch of reasons as to why people started calling it Cat Street, such as it being frequented by feral cats, or that it was so narrow that only cats could use it. But it wasn't like it made a difference to me either way. Cat Street was pretty far away from my base. It took about 15 to 20 minutes to get there on foot. It had been much faster by bike, but unfortunately, I didn't have one. I decided to take a route that went past the front of the train station, then through Shoto via cutting through Miyashita Park. Quickening my pace a bit, I crossed the overpass that went over Mijoridori. Whew, I'd finally arrived. I was starting to get really impatient. The sheer distance was pissing me off. Cat Street was nice and quiet compared to Center Guy, and it felt much more like Harajuku than Shibuya. The stores lining the streets here were only aimed at trend chasers I wanted nothing to do with. Fuck them, TBH. Knowing how out of place I was just made me all the more pissed off. It was complete foreign territory. Every last one of the assholes around me thought they were so damn cool. There were even more couples sauntering around than in the shopping district. Whatever. They were probably just a bunch of broke shitheads trying to pretend they had money. So they were likely just window shopping. Laugh my ass off. Waste of space. I was starting to regret coming here at all, but I reminded myself that all the suffering would be worth it once I got a sword. So I just sucked it up and kept walking. In order to avoid making eye contact with anyone, I kept my eyes firmly trained on my map as I speed walked toward the destination. Town Vanguard was deep into a narrow side road that split off from Cat Street.
ここか。
Is this it? Even though I'd only gone one side street away from the main road, the atmosphere had changed dramatically. It was a narrow, cramped, filthy alley that no car could travel through. The street was lined with wooden houses, out of business stores with closed shutters and the inevitable spray painted graffiti that covered said shutters. Despite how nice it looked from outside with all its high-class name brand stores, Cat Street 2 was nothing more than a superficial facade. And behind that facade lay a whole host of broken down, mercilessly discarded junk heaps. Then again, I couldn't stand the place either way. Both the bullshit and the truth were foreign territory for me. The only home for me was ESO. Even for the back streets though, Town Vanguard had even smaller, darker atmosphere than I was expecting. I was finally starting to get why the blogger had called it shady. Even though an open sign was hanging in the door, it didn't exactly look like business was booming, and that was being generous. Thanks to that, it was extremely hard to convince myself to go in. How was I, a guy who couldn't even go into a Gyudon shop by himself, supposed to enter a sketchy-ass store like this? I wanted to go home. No. I needed to get my hands on a sword, no matter what. What should I do? I spent a little while trying and failed to get myself to go in. Not a single person came through the cramped alley. I already had spent 30 minutes waffling over what to do, but I still hadn't seen a single soul since I'd gone off the road. All that happened was I would finally decide to suck it up and go in, but then I would realize I wasn't brave enough. Repeat ad nauseum. But I couldn't go home empty-handed. This was the only place I could get my hands on a D-sword. Even though my sense of reason told me that, my instincts made me hesitate to enter the shop. In my mind, I had a delusion where the clerk came out to me. Of course, she was a cute maid, and she talked to me with a voice straight out of the anime. She knew exactly what I wanted, and she held the D-sword out to me, friendly as could be. Here you are, please take this sword, master. Okay, that's enough. Chill out, me. Just as I was thinking about how much nicer it'd be if things turned out that way, a lone 3D girl appeared from within the store, almost like she'd somehow heard my thoughts. However, unlike my delusion, she was wearing disgustingly gaudy clothes, the type that made you think, what tribe did she steal those from? But at the same time, despite the getup, she looked absolutely miserable. Talk about whiplash. Her hair was incredibly frizzy, to the point where it looked like her head had exploded, and creepy patterns were scrawled onto the bandana she had twisted around it. She said that she was a store worker and had come out after seeing me pacing outside. My delusion had exactly become reality, but it wasn't like I had expected it to. Before I knew what was happening, the clerk forcibly showed me inside, despite how reluctant I was to do so. I didn't even have the chance to turn her down. Oh, looks like a cool spot. A lot of cool stuff. In the end, I found myself inside the store, and it was all well and good that I'd cleared the most difficult obstacle, but if the store was under the demon girl's control, and everything about the D-sword was just an elaborate trap to lure me to it, I wouldn't be allowed to complain if I got killed right here. My eyes darted around the store's dim interior. There wasn't a single customer. The air was awfully stagnant and slightly hazy. The unpleasant odor of tobacco and mold mixed together had invaded my nostrils. I felt like I was gonna be sick if I stayed here for any more than 5 minutes. Though I saw things that looked like products, it was difficult to judge whether or not they were actually for sale. All of them had been placed haphazardly, and there was no way to distinguish them from just plain old garbage. And it didn't help that not a single one of them had a price tag. I didn't notice it until after I'd come in, but there were a whole lot of... Among them were devices you'd seen in type Rogue, and I had no idea where to find a safe place to look. The store must have been a variety shop for adults or something. After forcing me into the store, the clerk sat down on a stool behind the counter, then proceeded to zone out as she smoked. She showed no indication that she was going to continue meddling with me. She was probably a partial source of the haze in here. Even though it had been less than a minute since I'd come in, anxiety, a weird sense of pressure, and embarrassment all combined with how sick I was feeling in the form of a disgusting sweat seeping out my forehead. I wanted to get out of this otherworldly place as soon as possible. I had to hurry and find a D-sword quick. I walked toward the bag as I looked throughout the store. I soon found the fantasy weapons section, which had been mentioned in the blog I'd found. This corner of the store was the only one that stood out to me. Numerous pole-shaped toys were neatly displayed. All of the toys were tubes of some sort. They were different colors, but pretty much all of them were lightsabers. You could tell pretty easily from how shoddy they were that they were all bootleg. I doubted they'd even glow. It seemed like the light shrieking talked about in the blog was sold out, which surprised me. Yet, mixed in with the lightsabers was a single item that was clearly different from the rest. It only took one look for me to know it was a D-sword. It looked almost exactly like the illustration I'd seen online. I went to pick it up. It was unexpectedly light. I wondered what it was made of, but it definitely seemed like some sort of soft vinyl. It wasn't sharp at all. The edges were slippery, and naturally, it didn't hurt me in the slightest when I ran my fingers across it. Compared to the ones Cena and Fess had, it was badly designed, had no sense of weight, and above all else, it didn't give me the sense that it would sever anything with just the slightest touch. Could it be a fake? That worried me, but there wasn't anything else in the store that resembled a D-sword. Would this even give off light at all? The D-sword Fess had swung around at her show had pieces of glass embedded in it that gave off a blue light and looked extremely badass. But I didn't see a single shard of glass in the sword I was holding. Maybe I shouldn't buy it. The D-sword was so shoddily made that I couldn't help but come to that conclusion, despite how long it had taken me to get here. But find a sword. If you do, you'll be granted salvation. I remembered Fess's words. Right. If I didn't buy it right here and now, I'd lose my only chance of getting my hands on a D-sword. Maybe it only looked cheap, but once it recognized me as its true master, an incredible power would manifest within it. Or maybe I'd seen too much anime, or read one too many manga. But I had sensed the exact kind of unknown power in Cena and Fess's swords. So this sword should have it too, but... what to do? While my internal debate raged on, the clerk came up and stood right behind me without me noticing. With a melancholic smirk, she pointed at the D sword and muttered, 10,000 yen, and I'll throw in a free bonus. How absurdly cheap it was made me doubt my own ears at first. I had amassed quite a bit of cash from RMT, and if it was only 10,000 yen, I could buy it simply by sacrificing a single figure. When I'd heard the price, and when I'd realized that it was the last one they had left, I'd come to an immediate decision. The bonus that had come with it was a cheap-looking bangle. To be frank, I didn't want it in the slightest. Everything after that was hell. Town Vanguard didn't do deliveries, so my only option was to lug it home myself. Toy or not, my excitement died instantly when I realized I'd have to carry the stupidly long sword right through the heart of Shibuya. But I'd already paid for it, and the clerk adamantly refused to let me return it. This was a really intense form of humiliation roleplay. Having to haul a huge toy like this down a fancy street. Just as I'd come to expect, the DQN couples, dolled up girls, and whatever other manner of sheep that passed by me all had the same exact mocking smiles. Damn it. Every last one of you should just kiss. I focused intently on keeping my head down for the rest of the way home, having delusions all the way about swinging my newly bought D-sword at innocent people in the middle of the road, viciously slaughtering piles and piles of them. Huff, huff. I'd finally made it back. I'd started running when I was about halfway home, and I didn't stop until I got there, so I was gasping for air by the time I'd reached my base. The ice-cold stares of the pedestrians were killing me. It was somewhat impressive that Sina was able to endure this kind of embarrassment all the time. In a way, I even respected her for it. I could never do what she did. Suddenly, a sound came from a blind spot in the shadow of my base. Was someone there? Freezing in my tracks, I gulped. The pure white smile of the demon girl who called herself Rimi appeared in my mind. Maybe she'd come back. Maybe this time she'd come to kill me for real. What should I do? Should I run? I sensed a presence. The light of the sunset etched someone's shadow onto the ground, one that I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, had to be a female. I immediately readied my D-sword. When I actually tried holding it like that, though, it felt even less reliable than I expected it to. Seeing a sword had felt incredibly intimidating, and it had this sense of overwhelming pressure that wouldn't allow anyone to get near it. But the D-sword I was holding didn't feel like that at all. Maybe it really was a fake. Could I really fight with something like this? There was no way. Even if I had a real one, I still couldn't do it. Not only that, but I hadn't realized how heavy it really was until I first started holding it just now. Maybe I was holding it wrong. In any case, it would be impossible to even swing it like this. The shadow suddenly wavered. It was approaching me. Stay back. I shut my eyes tight and haphazardly swung the sword in front of me. I knew I wouldn't be able to defeat my enemy this way. Even so, I had the faint hope that as long as I had this sword, it'd somehow do something anyway. but I didn't feel it hit anything, nor did my enemy make a sound. I couldn't believe it. Could that single strike of mine have utterly annihilated the demon girl? If so, that'd be the best shit to ever happen to...
お兄、その剣何？
What's up with the sword, big bro?
え？
What? When I opened my eyes, the one standing there wasn't the demon girl, but rather Nanami. She was looking at me with unmistakably judgmental eyes. All my strength disappeared instantly, and I dropped to the ground right where I'd been standing.
お前、脅かすなよ。
You don't scare me like that. She was the worst little sister ever. Didn't she know how shitty it was to scare her own older brother like this, let alone enjoy it? Who the hell did she think she was? This was exactly why 3D was always pale in comparison to 2D.
別に脅かしてないよ。いつもみたいにお兄の生存確認しに来てあげたんじゃん。なのにお兄いないんだもん。
I wasn't trying to scare you. I just came over for your routine survival check like I usually do. But you weren't here.
なんでナナが30分もお兄のこと心配しながら待ってなくちゃいけないわけ？ナナの貴重な時間が無駄に消えてっちゃったじゃん。お兄のバカ。
Why'd you make me wait here for 30 minutes? Do you realize how worried I was about you? You've made my precious free time disappear into thin air, you know, jerk. Worried? This bitch was worried about me? As if I'd ever fall for such an obvious lie.
で、どこ行ってたの？出かけるなんて珍しいじゃん。携帯にかけても繋がんないし。
So, where'd you run off to? You don't go outside all that often, and you didn't pick up when I called you either. I'd left my phone behind in my base. It wasn't like anyone was gonna call me while I was out, so I'd seen no point in bringing it.
そもそも、その剣何なの？
And also, what's with the sword?
もしかして買ってきたの？
Did you just come back from buying it? Nanami peered curiously at the sword.
あ、わかった。アニメのおもちゃかなんかでしょ？ほんと、お兄ってオタクさんだね。
Oh, I got it now. It's some anime toy, right? Man, you really are a total nerd.
しかもこのおもちゃ、ちっとも似合ってないよ。
But if I'm honest, this toy doesn't fit you at all.
さっきだってへっぴり腰で構えちゃってて、思い出したら笑えてきた。
Just a second ago, you had your shoulders all squared as you held it up. I'm gonna crack up just thinking about it. Ignoring Nanami, I undid the lock on the door to the container house and made to go inside.
ちょっと無視すんな。
Wait, don't ignore me.
帰れ。
Go home. If she'd just come to check if I was alive, then she got what she wanted, and she no longer had any reason to be here. She was always making fun of me, and every time she came over, she would do nothing but complain. If she was really that put off by being here, then she didn't have to come at all. It was annoying anyway. It'd be no skin off my back if she stopped.
あのね、わざわざ様子見に来てあげてんだから、もっとありがたがってよ。
Hey, I came all the way out here to check up on you, so you could at least be a little grateful.
せっかくお土産まで持ってきたのにね。
I even brought a present for you and everything. Her voice was whiny as could be, and she pursed her lips.
お土産？
A present?
そう、お母さんが持ってけって。ほら。
Yep, Mom told me to bring it. Here. Nami handed me a bag of clementines. There were about 10 of them, wrapped up in red netting. Weird. Something's fishy here. I'd eat clementines if they were right in front of me, but they weren't my favorite food or anything.
というわけでナナもちょっと一服したいから一緒に食べてあげる。
On that note, I could use a quick break, so how about I sit down and eat some with you?
帰れ。
Go home.
もう妹がお土産持ってきてしかも一緒に食べてあげるって言ってるんだよ。もっと喜びなよ。
What the heck? I brought you a present and I'm offering to eat it with you. Aren't you happy? 'Cause you should be. What exactly about eating clementines with Nanami was supposed to make me feel happy at all? And besides, it was obvious that she just wanted to eat clementines, and that was the whole reason why she'd come here. She'd been a fat ass ever since we were little, often stealing my portion to add to hers. I couldn't count the number of times we fought over that. Nanami, unable to take a hint, waltzed right into my base. I gave up and followed in after her.
お茶ある？あったかいのがいいな。
You have any tea? I'd like something nice and warm. Why the hell would I have tea? I only drink cola and nothing else. Nanami sat down on the sofa and grabbed a clementine. Sighing, I sat down D-sword so it leaned against my computer desk. I had no reason to continue carrying the bangle in my pocket, so I just chucked it somewhere behind me.
あれ？それ何？
Huh? What's that? Quickly spotting the bangle I'd thrown on the floor, Nanami went to pick it up.
へえ、かわいいバングルじゃん。
Oh, what a cute little bangle.
これも買ってきたの？お兄にしてはいいセンス。
Did you buy this too? Crazy to think that you've actually got good taste sometimes. Cute. How? The thing was nothing more than a piece of junk you'd get for 500 yen at worst. I couldn't believe how bad Nanami's taste was. Ignoring her once again, I nabbed one of the clementines and sat down in front of my PC.
ねえねえ、なんでこれ捨てちゃうの？
Hey, why are you throwing this away?
だっていらないし。
Because I don't want it.
じゃあさ、これナナにちょうだい。
Okay, then I'll take it off your hands.
はあ？
What?
いいじゃん、どうせ捨てるならさ。
What's the problem? You were gonna get rid of it anyway.
たまにはお兄ちゃんらしく妹にプレゼントの一つでもしてよ。
Come on, you could at least act like a brother every once in a while and give your sister a present. Consider this your first step. You call it a present, but it's just something I don't want that you suddenly decide to appropriate.
勝手に持ってけば。
Fine, then just take it.
本当？やったー。
Really? Yay! I bet that bracelet has something to do with something. Uh-huh. He's just throwing it to the side and it's actually important. Literal walk. As soon as she had gotten my approval, she put the bangle on her wrist. Takes a real cheap whore to get this excited over such a cheap piece of junk.
お兄、どう？似合う？
So, what do you think? Does it look good on me?
全然。
Not even close.
あっそう。
Is that so?
お兄のバーカ。
You jerk. It was supposed to be a present, so why was she treating me like this? Little sisters weren't supposed to call their brothers mean names. What were they teaching girls nowadays? Go play 100 eroge this instant.
バーカ。
Hey, jerk. She was grinning from ear to ear. I, meanwhile, was getting extremely pissed off.
これ気に入っちゃったからもう返さないもんね。
I really like it, so I'm not gonna give it back anymore.
っていうか 兄からプレゼントもらうなんて初めてのような気がする。
Now that I think about it, I think this is the first time I've ever gotten a present from you.
しょうがないから大事にしてあげるよ。
Well, I have now, so I'll take real good care of it. As if I cared. No one asked you to take care of it. I didn't even get it for you in the first place.
もう用は済んだんだから帰れ。
If that's all you wanted, then go home.
僕は暇じゃないんだ。邪魔するな。
I don't have time for this, so stop bothering me. The moment I said that, Nanami pursed her lips.
そんな言い方しなくてもいいじゃん。
You don't have to say it all mean like that.
それにみかんまだ食べてないし、お茶もまだ出してもらってないよ。
Besides, we haven't even eaten the clementines yet. And you haven't gotten me any tea either.
おめえに飲ませるお茶はね。
I don't have any damn tea for you to drink.
うっかー。
Nami glared at me intently, hands on her hips. Before long, her eyes started welling up, and then...
わかったよ。そんなに邪魔なら帰る。
Fine. If I'm that much of a bother, then I'll just leave.
ああ、さっさと頼んだ。
Oh, good. Make it quick.
お兄のバカ。お兄なんてみかんの皮で目つぶし食らって失明しちゃえ。
You big jerk. Get Clementine's skin in your eyes and go blind forever.
あとバングルは返さないかんね。バカ。
And I'm not giving a bangle back either, jerk. Yelling in a migraine-inducing voice that resounded throughout the entire room, Nanami grabbed her bag and ran out with insane speed. Ah, thank God. It was finally over. Hanging out with Nanami always took everything out of me. Why did she insist on coming here every week when I'd made it very clear I was sick of it? Read the room, F's.
ファーストメルトは期待以上の結果に終わりました。
The first melt has concluded with the results that exceeded our expectations.
GE レートの上昇率は当初の予測からわずかな誤差があった程度です。
There are only minor discrepancies between the GE rate increase and our initial calculations.
バイオリズムコントロールも順調なのかね。
And our ventures into biorhythm control proceeding smoothly as well.
渋谷の GE レートは他のエリアと比べて高い値を持っていると同時に安定性についても特筆したものがあります。
Shibuya's GE rate, while it is much higher than those found in other areas, proves to be quite stable.
それゆえに意図的に操作しやすいということか。そして渋谷にいる人々のバイオリズムを急激に引き上げることもまた。
And therefore, intentionally manipulating it is a simple matter. Enforcing a sudden increase in the biorhythms of Shibuya's inhabitants would be equally trivial.
実験結果についてはレポートをご参照ください。納得していただける成果を上げております。
Please consult the report containing the results of our experiment. I believe you will find the fruits of our labor to be quite acceptable.
貴様が成果を出すのは当然だ。そのために高い金と多くの人材を提供しているのだからな。
It's only natural that even scum like you would produce such results. We're supplying you with a large sum of money and incredible human resources, after all.
実効性については理解しているよ。この数ヶ月だけでも我が会の信者が数倍に膨れ上がっているからね。
I'm fully aware of how effective it is. The church's followers have multiplied considerably over the past few months alone.
それではプロジェクトノアは次の段階へと進ませます。よろしいですね。
And with that, Project Noah shall now advance to its next stage. Are we in agreement?
コードサンプルの件はどうするのだ。すでに3人分は確保したとはいえ、目標数値には達しておらんではないか。
What plan do you have in mind for its code samples? While you may have obtained the samples of 3 people, you have yet to reach our quota.
いかにも。数値達成のためには最低でも5人分はなければ厳しい。
Indeed, it will prove most difficult to achieve such numerical values if we do not have the 5 samples at minimum.
サンプル保持者は集まりつつあります。あとは採取するのみ。
We are currently gathering sample carriers. After such is achieved, all that remains will be extraction.
ならばその件は任せる。
And then we shall leave it in your hands.
信仰の救いあれ。くれぐれも慎重にことを進めるように。
May the divine light save you. Continue your proceedings with great caution.
はい、心得ております。
Yes, I shall do my utmost.
I
should probably go to bed. Stifling a yawn, I looked at the clock on my PC. It was 5 a.m. I'd spent another entire day grinding on ESO, but no monsters had ended up dropping the rare items I was looking for. I've been binging for about 8 hours straight, but still no luck. Meh. That happened to me all the time, though. I glanced over to the side of my computer desk. The D-sword I'd bought yesterday was still leaning against it. I had set it there within reach of me so I could grab it at any moment. Speaking of the sword, the damn thing hadn't glowed at all. I'd been hoping that it'd transform into some new badass form like the one Santa had, but I'd been similarly out of luck there too. On my monitor, Grimm's avatar had just leveled up. My Nightheart was already max level, so he wouldn't go any higher. It's probably about time to make a new character, my 3rd after Lizelet, I thought to myself as I rubbed my sleepy eyes. EXP sure was something. It was a well-known concept in RPGs, but I figured EXP existed in real life too. Back when I'd first started playing ESO, I'd been a total nobody who didn't know right from left, but now, I was known far and wide as Lightning Fast Nightheart, the most powerful player in Baselard. Let's say. The person controlling me had lost a chunk of my XP for some reason or another. If that happened, then it would make complete sense why I'd forgotten things. That could also be where the discrepancies in my memory had come from. Things like Shogun and the Demon Girl. Before a chunk of my EXP got wiped, maybe it was perfectly normal for me, the person controlling me, to post in chat rooms under the handle Shogun. And for me to live like a complete normie with the Demon Girl. Nah, that just wasn't possible. But if it was possible, then maybe I used to possess an incredible power that would allow me to oppose the Demon Girl. Was I the only person who thought like this? I didn't really feel like it was a particularly weird way of thinking. Human beings could only really make judgments based on their own sense of values that they'd come up with themselves. So maybe it wasn't just me living my day-to-day life making the wrong decisions, but everyone in the entire world. Back when I was little, I'd gone to the dentist, and I remembered them telling me, "You did such a good job putting up with that much pain. You were a very good patient." At the time, I thought it was amazing for making it through to the end, and I felt really proud of myself. Thinking back on it now, though, that comment was probably based on the degree of pain felt compared to the progression of the cavity. But even if the level of pain was the same, there could be people that could bear the pain, and there would be people who couldn't. In other words, I came to realize that how someone recognized and felt such sensations completely depended on the person. Childbirth, for example. I'd often seen on the internet that women could endure the pain of it, but it would be completely impossible for men. Another example would be marathon runners. Maybe they excelled not because of their physical strength, but because of their ability to endure pain. There were also sadists and masochists. If there were people that found pleasure in being hurt, there would also be people that derived pleasure from hurting others. In other words, I believe that the way people felt things, along with their ability to handle pain and suffering, all varied from person to person. Perhaps the level of pain and the toothaches and headaches I got from time to time actually far surpassed the limits of pain an ordinary person could take. And if that were true, then perhaps if I'd passed the same pain on to someone else, the sheer agony would cause them to go into shock and die. The conclusion I ended up coming to as a result of this line of thinking was more or less self-righteous delusion, that perhaps I was special.
特殊な人間か。っていうか、何を大げさな。
Special? Who am I kidding? Although I denied it, I was sure that every person had delusions like this. Every man longs to be the strongest in the world. Every human being wants to think that they're special, that they're chosen one. We all want to think that a dramatic story full of twists and turns, like the ones you'd find in TV and movies, is waiting for us in the future. The so-called desire to be a hero, or, to be blunt, textbook Shunbuya shit. I don't know how to say that. Of course, even I had those kinds of desires. It could be very well to be my destiny to triumph over the demon girl. But if that was really my destiny, and I had to make it come true, I'd need a number of conditions to be met first. At the very least, I absolutely needed the ability to use cheats. Be it cheat codes for special attacks, or maybe even God mode of some kind. I didn't want to deal with any pain or fear. If I couldn't cheat in some way, or in other words, if I was supposed to achieve that on my own power, there was no way I'd be able to do it. Which is why, if the person controlling me had lost all of my experience, that would be a huge blow to me, a super effective one. I just barely got to school on time. Probably wasn't the best idea to stay up playing Nvidia until early in the morning on a school night. I had to run in order to make it on time. When I got to the classroom door, I stopped and took deep breaths to try and catch my breath. I couldn't act in a way that'd make me stand out to my classmates. For me, even something like being late would be fatal. If the DQN's eyes all zeroed in on me, my life would be over. I slowly made my way into the classroom, keeping my head down. I couldn't let myself make eye contact with anyone. Of course, I didn't give a mindless greeting like good morning either. Trying to make my presence as undetectable as possible, I made myself invisible and turned toward my seat. That was how I always did things. And today was no different. I made it to my seat without any issue and sat down. Shit. Whoops. Soon after, I laid my head in my arms face down on my desk, and from there, I was safe until homeroom started. I only got to relax for a split second before someone's hand clapped against my back.
ようタク、今週は3回も学校来てんじゃねえか。真面目だな。
Yo, Taku, you've come to school 3 times this week, haven't you? You're really getting serious now, huh? Masumi-kun again. Even though he was really getting on my nerves, I'd feel bad if I ignored him, so I started to reluctantly raise my head, only to hesitate. Was this Masumi-kun? The real one? 2 days ago, I'd done what the demon girl told me to do and called him. I talked to him. He'd been very clearly acting strange. I mean, he told me that Rimi was her classmate as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, which I hadn't expected at all. Maybe the demon girl had brainwashed him, or maybe it was something else. Maybe the person controlling him had been switched out.
おい、どうした？早くも爆睡モードか？
Hello? You out cold already? An electronic sound suddenly rang throughout the classroom. I felt a faint vibration near my chest. It was my cell phone. Shit. Now, of all times? What kind of asshole would call me at a time like this? And not only was my phone going off, but even though I was sure I'd set it to vibrate, the ringtone was going off too. I guess I must have messed up the settings.
お、鳴ってるぞ、タク。
Oh, Taku, your phone's ringing. Yes, I know, damn it. Should I just answer it? But if I did that, Masumi-kun would know I was faking being asleep. Besides, I didn't like talking on the phone. But also, if I didn't pick up, it would annoy the rest of the class. And considering how it was ringing loudly throughout the classroom, I had to be doing that already. I wasn't supposed to stand out. This was really, really bad.
おーい、出ないのか？マジで寝てる？
Hello? You not gonna pick up? Are you actually asleep? Damn it. Well, I'd been freaking out over what to do. I'd already lost my chance. I couldn't move now. The sound and the vibration stopped. The call must have gone to voicemail. I let out a sigh of relief, soft enough that Masumi-kun wouldn't be able to hear it. It was definitely the right call for me to have figured out how to use the voicemail function.
なあ、タク、相手は誰だ？まさか女か？この前一緒に帰ったあのメガネの子だろ？そうなんだろ？
Hey, Taku, who was it on the other end, Don't tell me. Was it a chick? Was it the glasses chick that you went home with not too long ago? I'm right, aren't I? Damn it, you're so annoying. I just wanted him to stop bothering me. That phone call had already made me stand out way too much. Had Masumi-kun always been this persistent? Though he had always been way too friendly with me, I thought he had at least the capacity to take a hint.
やめなよ。
Oh, come on. Knock it off already. I heard a voice right next to Masumi-kun.
そっとしておいてあげたら、大臣。
Leave him be, Daichin.
なんだか疲れてるみたいだし。
He seems real tired for some reason, so just lay off him for today. She was here in my classroom, like it was the most normal thing in the world.
どうせゲームのやりすぎだろ。
Oh, come on. He was probably just gaming for way too long last night.
お前、タクに甘すぎるぜ。
You're way too soft on him.
だって大臣は女の敵だし、そういう人には優しくしません。
You're just mad because I'm not nice to you. And why would I, considering how you act around women? You're the enemy of us all, I swear. They were having a friendly conversation like it was the most normal thing in the world. She was blending in like it was the most normal thing in the world. I was too scared to look up. I didn't want to acknowledge that she was there.
ま、別にお前に優しくしてもらわなくても、俺には優しくしてくれる女はたくさんいるんだよ。
Meh. So if you aren't the nicest to me, I've got loads of chicks that'll sub in for you. So, ha!
だから、そういう発言が良くないんだってば。彼女さんが聞いたら泣くよ。
Are you serious right now? I've been telling you over and over that you should stop saying things like that. Your girlfriend's gonna cry if she hears you.
今の大臣の彼女が誰だかわかんないけど。
Not that I know who your current girlfriend is.
ほら、チャイム鳴った。先生来るよ。
Oh, there's the bell. Here comes the teacher. Had the demon girl really been my classmate all along? No, there was no way. She hadn't been here 2 days ago. Or at the very least, the only person that had spoken to me that day was Masumi-kun. I hadn't gone to school yesterday, so I wasn't sure about that one. But when I came today, she was here. How? How had she managed to worm her way in? Everyone took their seats once the sound of the bell announced the start of homeroom. Sensing that, I looked up cautiously. I surveyed the room with just my eyes. I wanted the voice from earlier to have just been an illusion. In order to prove that to myself, I needed to make sure that the girl was nowhere to be found in the classroom. I didn't see her. I didn't see anything that even remotely resembled her. Did that mean she really was a hallucination? My seat was in the 5th row from the front. There were 9 rows in total. She wasn't in any of the rows in front of me. Which meant she was behind me? But I couldn't turn around. I couldn't allow myself to stand out. Damn it, this was so frustrating. Was she really in my classroom or not? I didn't feel chills on the back of my neck. No one was looking at me. I didn't feel a gaze. Was she here or not here? Which was it? Still staring at the surface of the desk, I tried to detect her just by her presence alone. And right as I tried, I heard my homeroom teacher enter the classroom. I didn't remember the teacher's name. I had a feeling that it was Tsukaji or Tsukada, or at least something like that. He was a PE teacher that had graduated from an athletic college, and he was a total musclehead. However, he didn't really act like it, or did he employ corporal punishment like one might expect him to. If anything, he was the type of teacher that knew how to take a joke. For some reason, the class all started murmuring about something, but right now, I was occupied with trying to detect the demon girl. Did I really expect to be able to sense her by her presence alone? This wasn't some manga. Was I an idiot?
今日から転校生が入ることになった。
Alright, listen up everyone. From today onward, we've got a new transfer student. My homeroom teacher mumbled that to the class. Oh, so that was why the room was so noisy.
ほら、折原、みんなに挨拶しろ。
Go on, Orihara. Give everyone a nice hello. I didn't hear the supposed transfer student say anything. Was there really one here? I glanced towards the door. And sure enough, there was someone there. Yeah. She was extremely petite, possibly even more so than Nanami. She looked fairly timid, emulating that Mo gets bullied all the time archetype. If I had to choose, she was probably around mid-tier when it came to 3D girls. For some reason, she was looking down at the floor, her eyes filled with tears. The scattered whispers grew into murmurs as the transfer student maintained her silence. So in order to comfort her, the teacher placed his hand on her shoulder.
どうやら折原は緊張しているようだな。よし、挨拶はいい。
Oh, looks like she's a little nervous. Alright, I'll take you off the hot seat.
みんな、この子は折原梢だ。仲良くしてやってくれ。
This is Orihara whatever. Everyone, I hope you'll all welcome her as a new member of the class.
折原、席は一番後ろだ。席についていいぞ。
Orihara, your desk is over there, in the back. Go ahead and take a seat. The transfer student made her way to the back without saying a word, keeping her head low to the ground. Her seat was 4 rows behind mine. Should I pretend to watch her so I could catch a glimpse of the people behind me? Problem was that I'd draw a lot of unwanted attention to myself. I didn't want any DQNs trying to pick a fight. All don't go staring at her just because she's cute or some BS like that. I was at a loss for what to do. Should I look now or should I wait until class is over? My head still firmly pressed against my desk, I squeezed my fists tightly. Forget it. I was a coward. Just the thought of that, if I turned around, my eyes would meet with that girl's, sent shivers down my spine.
この人似てる
You're like me. The transfer student walked right by my seat. Taken aback, I glanced at her face. Huh? I then realized that, without even thinking, I'd looked up. The transfer student stopped at my desk, if only for a split second. But she didn't look at me. In that moment, however, I saw that she was carrying what looked like an enormous slab of raw iron. What the hell? But when I blinked, the slab of iron was gone. What was that just now? Was my mind playing tricks on me?
同じクラスでよかった
I'm so happy we're in the same class. That was all she said. The transfer student then resumed walking, leaving my desk behind. Had she been talking to me? Why had she talked to me out of nowhere like that? I was like her. She was happy we were in the same class. Did we know each other? Nah, definitely not. I'd never seen her before. Unless she meant to tell me she was some childhood friend I'd completely forgotten about until now. Yeah, no. That only happened in Eroge. Was I actually becoming popular after all? Or maybe. Could the transfer student be one of the demon girl's underlings? If so, then the demon's net was closing around me even tighter. I was running out of places to hide. All my new fears and doubts zoomed through my mind at 1,000,000 kilometers an hour. And before I knew it, homeroom had ended. First period would begin in about 5 minutes. Asumi-kun rushed over to the transfer student's desk. Knowing him, he was gonna try and lay the moves on her. The other students were clearly interested in her too, and the room had grown louder than usual. At a glance, it may have seemed like a casual, peaceful, ordinary thing. But for me, it was like being caught deep within enemy territory. My heartbeat was going crazy. Anxiety filled my head to bursting, and so much as lifting a finger felt like more than a one-man job. My brain was in the midst of a civil war, one side urging me to turn around, the other side warning me not to.
Taku?
Taku? My breath caught in my throat. My mind went completely blank. A voice had come from directly behind me. She was really here. That girl was really here after all.
具合悪そうだけど
You don't look so good.
平気
Are you feeling okay? I needed to run. I needed to run away as fast as I could. Despite that, my legs were shaking so violently that I didn't think I could even stand. And while I was frozen solid, the demon girl, Sakiata Rimi, circled around to the front of my seat.
汗びっしょり風邪でもひいたんじゃない
You're covered in sweat. You're not sick, are you? Just like 2 days ago, she spoke as if she were concerned about me. Just like 2 days ago, she held out her floral-scented handkerchief. I didn't accept the handkerchief, hurriedly wiping the sweat from my forehead on my own.
なんて
Ooh, why?
何
Why what? I couldn't look her in the eye, but from how she spoke, I could tell she had a smile on her face.
ねえねえさっき何話してたの
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, what exactly did she say to you? Rimi crouched down, resting her chin on her hands. Now at eye level with me, she peered at my face. I quickly looked away. It felt like the anxiety would tear my heart right open at any moment. Damn it. Why wouldn't she just let me go? Someone, please, help me.
すっごく気になる
I'm real curious. What was she talking about? Who was she asking me about?
転校生
The transfer student.
あの子がタクの机の横を通るときに小声でさボソボソーっと
When she walked past you, she said something under her breath, but all I heard was psst, 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 psst.
もしかしてあの子と知り合い
Do you two know each other? Rimi was still smiling. Was it just me? Or was her tone more of a probing one than an actually curious one?
タクってリアルの女の子に興味ないんじゃなかったっけ
I thought you weren't into real girls.
もしかして本当は興味あるの
But is that really true? Where was she going with this? Was her plan to probe me for personal information and then exploit it for her own gain? At the end of the day, I really didn't give a damn about 3D girls, just like I always said in that sour voice of mine.
じゃあさ
In that case,
私にも実は興味あったりする？
are you into me? An icy chill ran down my back. Despite having just wiped the sweat off my forehead, I could feel moisture all over it. Was that a threat? Or could it be that she was inviting me to become her ally? Or maybe she intended to seduce me, acting all Mo so she could lure me into a trap. All sorts of alarm bells were going off in my head. I shouldn't be talking to the demon girl anymore. If I did, I'd be singing my own death warrant. Oh, signing.
タク？
What? Taku? I'd hit my breaking point. In a panic, I stood up and dashed for the exit, knocking into several desks on my way out. Huff, huff, huff. I ran straight up the stairs without looking at anyone and came out on the empty roof. It didn't seem like she had chased me. Even so, I couldn't allow myself to relax just yet, so I hugged my knees and decided to hide for a little while in the shadows. My knees were trembling. I couldn't believe that I'd managed to run in this condition. I guess it just showed how desperate I was. I was tired of this reality. The D-sword I'd gone out of my way to buy hadn't been useful in the slightest. I obviously couldn't bring it to school with how much it'd stand out either. I'd been careless. 2 days ago, when Masumi-kun told me that Rimi was our classmate, I'd figured that he was either spewing some bullshit or just outright deluding himself. But she really was my classmate, or at the very least, she had become one. There was no point in trying to figure out how she'd managed to worm her way in. She was a demon. She could do things that humans were incapable of with ease. Maybe she'd brainwashed my whole class, or maybe she'd brainwashed all the teachers instead. I couldn't go to the hospital anymore. Now I couldn't go to school either. Meanwhile, Yu was at the internet cafe, and Shogun always appeared online. The demon girl and her underlings were no doubt getting closer and closer to me, continually hitting me with psychological attack after psychological attack as they did it. Maybe I shouldn't leave my base at all anymore. There were enemies in danger at every turn in reality. They had disturbed me and threatened my peace, even though all I wanted was to live a quiet life, bothering nobody, being bothered by nobody. I looked up at the blue sky. It floated calmly above me as the wind blew white clouds across its breadth. How nice it would be if I could become one of those clouds. Around 3 hours had passed. I had stayed in the same place the entire time without moving. I didn't sense anyone else coming up at the moment. I could finally breathe. The problem, however, was what came after. During break, there would always be students that'd come up here to eat lunch. That was why the best way out of this was to escape during fourth period and make a break for my base. I'd messed up my minimum attendance chart, but I didn't possess even a single ounce of courage that'd allow me to return to the classroom where the demon girl was. I decided not to worry about the fact that I'd left my bag in the classroom. All I had in there were textbooks. My wallet, my keys, and anything else important would be in my uniform pockets, I hoped. Growing slightly nervous, I searched my pockets. Wallet, keys, cell phone, they were all there. That was when I remembered that someone had called me. I'd been pretty freaked out at the time, but not as much as when Remy talked to me.
一体誰だ
Who the hell called me? I couldn't think of anyone who'd call besides my family. It would make the most sense if it was Nanami. She never thought about whether she might be bothering me, after all. The only other people who'd know this number would be... Oh wait, that's right. I'd given it to those detectives. If it had been one of them, I really should have picked up. They still hadn't sent officers to my base like they said they would, so I really needed to talk to them to make sure that they were still happening. The caller's phone number was displayed on the screen. It didn't seem to be Nanami's, and when I looked closer, I saw that it had a new voicemail. I had the vague feeling that I've seen this number before. Just in case, I checked the call history. There were only 5 calls on the list. I'm pretty sure that was like the first call that he got, wasn't it? Which meant that, since I'd bought the phone, I'd have only received 5 calls, 3 of which were from Nanami. I'm gonna go paranoid. That left 2 others. The one from earlier today and the one from 5 days ago were shown as numbers instead of names. They hadn't been registered in my address book. They were both from the same number. 03 blah, blah, blah. Considering they had gone out of their way to leave a message, it was probably someone who really wanted to tell me something. Yeah, that might be a good number. Guess I'd go ahead and listen to it.
楠木優愛です。
This is Kusunoki Yua.
ごめんなさい。突然お電話しちゃって。
I'm sorry for calling you out of the blue like this.
ただ、どうしてもお話ししたいことがあって。
However, there's something I need to talk to you about, no matter what.
セイラちゃんの新しいフィギュア、私も買いました。
I was able to buy the new Sierra-chan figure.
西条くんのおかげです。
I couldn't have done it without you, Nishiju-kun.
ありがとうございました。
I'm very grateful.
とっても可愛いんですけど、ちょっとエッチですね。
It's very cute, but a little lewd, wouldn't you say?
買うときすごく恥ずかしかったです。
When I was buying it, I was really embarrassed.
そうそう、今週のブラチュー見ました？
Oh, that's right. Did you see this week's episode of Blood Tune?
すごい展開でしたね。 見ながらずっとドキドキしちゃって。
What an incredible plot twist. My heart was pounding the entire time I was watching it. Don't you agree?
この多重人格者、
You schizophrenic. Oh, you schizophrenic?
あなたが殺したの。
You killed someone.
人殺し、
Murderer.
真犯人。
You're the true culprit.
罪を償いなさ
You'll pay for your sins.
い。逃がさないから。
I won't let you escape.
その目、誰の目？
Whose eyes are those eyes? Was that really what was on it? Even though it had been my own delusion, I was terrified. Alright. It was entirely possible for you to have gotten a hold of my cell phone number from somewhere and called me, after all. I didn't want to listen to the voice message anymore if I could help it. But since I'd already simulated the worst possible outcome in my delusions, I should have been able to handle it as long as I only had to listen and nothing else. Shaking off my depression, I set the message to play back. Then, after checking multiple times to make sure the demon girl wasn't there, I put the phone to my ear.
こちらは留守番電話サービスセンターです。新しいメッセージは1件です。
Welcome to the voicemail service center. You have one new message.
1件目、10月17日金曜日午前8時28分の伝言です。
Voicemail number 1, Friday, October 17th, 8:28 a.m. Oh, okay, that's interesting.
なんぞこれ。
The fuck's this? Instead of someone's voice, there was an incredibly familiar melody. Felt like the sound was being recorded from a short distance away from the phone. Maybe the person on the other end was near a pedestrian signal. The song being played was one you'd hear pretty often at crosswalks. It was used in order to let people with visual disabilities know when it was okay to cross. The song was a nursery rhyme called You May Pass, also known as Torianse, or something. While there were a lot of people that knew the melody, there weren't many who knew the lyrics. Oh, and I was one of them actually. I'd memorized them back in middle school. Then again, it wasn't like I remembered them perfectly now. What? But returning is wee woo wee woo. Was that I'd heard from the phone? It sounded like an ambulance, which felt kinda like a bad omen. Meh. It likely didn't actually mean anything, but it still made me feel pretty creeped out. I feel like I've heard that song somewhere before. That melody. The second after the traffic signal melody got cut off, an extremely loud noise that sounded like a buzzer exploded from the speakers. It was so ridiculously loud that I'd automatically shot the phone away from my ear.
なんだ
What the hell? When I cautiously brought the phone back to my ear, the voicemail had already stopped playing. What was that? Right at the end there, I thought I'd just barely heard a roaring noise. It sounded like the ground itself was rumbling. That buzzer sound was completely separate from the pedestrian signal melody. Considering how loud it had been, the only thing I could think of was that the phone's receiver had deliberately been put up next to whatever made that noise.
いたずら
Was that a prank? My heart began to pound. I had done something to make someone hate me enough to do that? Who'd even called me in the first place? I could call them back by dialing the number displayed on my phone, but there was no way I'd be able to call back a prank caller. In the end, all I could do was just leave it. Besides, I was stuck in the middle of a situation far worse than any prank call. I returned my phone to my pocket and never so carefully left the school, making sure to pay close attention to the surroundings as I escaped. Nishuju Takumi's alma mater, Kitazawa Second Elementary School, was about a 5-minute walk from a private train station. Ban Yasuji had attempted to contact Kakumi's elementary school teacher over the phone, only to be told that they had unfortunately passed away. Left with no other choice, Ban decided to set up a meeting to speak with one person who had answered the phone instead. The head teacher, Kameo. Not long after, he had arrived at the school together with his partner. As it was a Saturday, the school gate was closed. The two detectives, Ban and Suwa, stopped in front of it and turned their attention toward the school building. The white walls of the school's exterior had been painted with a brightly colored, eye-catching mural. Due to his complete lack of knowledge on paintings or any other kind of fine art, Ban had no idea what it signified, but the way the spiral-shaped mural transitioned vertically into an array of 7 different colors reminded him of a rainbow. As Ban stared at the mural, cooling himself with his handheld fan, his partner, Suwa, pushed the intercom button next to the school gate. Suddenly, Ban looked around. He had a feeling that someone was watching him. There was a gaze that seemed to follow him everywhere, leaving him quite discomfited, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Do I really look that cool? He attempted to strike a casual pose, one that aimed to be dandy and refined.
先輩、何変なポーズしてるんすか？
Sir, what's up with the weird pose? uh,
裏門の方に通用口があるんで、そっちに回ってくれって。
They said there's a side entrance by the rear gate, so they want us to come around that way. Ban retired from his pose with a sigh and headed toward the back of the building. The staff room was easy to find. As soon as they entered through the side door, all they had to do was travel down the rear entrance hallway and turn at a single corridor to arrive at the room. There was, of course, no sign of children in the school, although it was likely a mere illusion created by the smooth linoleum floor. The two detectives felt far colder inside the building than they had outside. There were 3 teachers in the staff room. Upon seeing the 2 detectives enter the room, one of the 3 stood up and bowed. The man who stood up was named Cameo. His mostly white hair was parted to the side, and he greeted the 2 of them with a gentle smile. Van and Sua showed their police badges to him almost simultaneously, returned his greeting briefly, then immediately approached the topic at hand. It was Sua's job to ask the questions.
ここの卒業生である西条匠くんについて教えていただきたいんですが。
We'd like you to tell us about one of your graduates, Nishiju Takumi-kun.
彼のことは印象に残っています。私は担任ではなかったから詳しくとなると無理ですが、それでも構いませんか？
I do indeed remember him. I wasn't a teacher of his myself, however, so I cannot provide you with much detail. Is that all right? Sua nodded, taking out his notebook and preparing to write everything down.
西条くんはどんな子だったんですか？
What kind of kid was Nishiju-kun?
難しい子だと聞いていました。特殊だと。
I remember hearing that he was quite the difficult one. They said he was special.
特殊？
What do you mean?
本来なら他の生徒に混ざって勉強するのはとても困難な、病気を患っていたらしく。
Well, to be proper, he had a disease that would make it difficult for him to study with his fellow students.
具体的には？
Could you be more specific?
そこまで私が言ってしまっていいのかどうか。ご家族なり医師なりに聞いていただけますか？
I don't know if I'm able to say as much. Would you be willing to ask his family or doctor? Schools had recently begun adopting this approach, where they would avoid any issues that may prove difficult for them. They refuse to take part in anything that may earn them complaints from parents or any other parties. Such practices made it incredibly difficult for the police to do their jobs.
担任の先生はなんで亡くなったんです？
How did his homeroom teacher pass away?
事故です。遠足の最中、乗っていたバスが陥没した道路に。
There was an accident. While he was taking his class on a field trip, the road their bus was traveling on suddenly collapsed underneath them.
あ、自分それ知ってるっす。ニュースでやってたっすよね。
Oh, I remember that. I saw it on the news.
子供たちは怪我をしただけで、幸い命は助かったのですが。
All of the children survived, sustaining only minor injuries, but...
斉藤先生だけが犠牲になってしまい、なんともやりきれない思いです。
It's such a terrible shame that we lost Mr. Sato. He was the sole victim of the accident.
西条くんもその事故に巻き込まれた。
Was Nishiju-kun involved in this accident as well? In response to Ban's question, Cameo shook his head lightly.
あの子は当日欠席していて、バスには乗っていませんでした。
The boy was absent that day and was not present on the bus.
欠席の理由は？
Why was he absent?
病が悪化したと聞いたような覚えがありますが。
I seem to recall hearing something about his illness having worsened. Ban, too, had a faint recollection of the accident. For multiple days following the incident, in the short glimpses Ban caught of the news, he would always see the media swarming the house of the sole boy who had not been involved in it.
あれは悲しい事故だったんですよ。
It was a truly sad accident. For some reason, while Cameo was repeating himself, he placed a strong emphasis on the word accident. I'd started talking with Grim a lot more before booting up ESO recently, to the point where it was becoming almost like a ritual. It never really mattered what we talked about. We trade interesting or funny at-channel threads, go off about shit, wreck each other in new comics, talk about the anime from the day before, or other various dumb stuff. Funnily enough, we hadn't actually talked about ESO very much, but that was just because we had already talked a lot about it while we were playing it. Night Art. Has there been some weird ass prank going around recently? Grim. Not a lot to go off of there. Deets, please. Nightheart. I don't know. Just heard about it from someone I know. Don't know if it's actually a fad or some shit. It's like there's a recording of a weird sound and you get that as a voicemail or something. Grim. What? Like a Mo voice whispering sweet nothings to you? LOL. Nightheart. The fuck? Laughed my ass off. What eroge is that from? I mean, wouldn't you rather them just do that to you in person? LOL. Grim. No one cares now. Whose fucking eyes are those eyes? Grim was still saying that. Thanks to that, I started to feel awful pretty much immediately. Not to mention he was talking really weird in chat, to the point where it felt fairly forced, like he was trying way too hard to be funny by shoving those words in. Or at the very least, I didn't find it funny. In fact, it felt more cringy than anything. But I couldn't let myself get angry with him until I'd gotten my info about the prank, so I was forced to put up with it. Grim. Okay, so it's like the sounds of a wild otaku freak fapping then. Nedart. Okay, that's too far. But in all seriousness, they play You May Pass. Grim. You May Pass? What, like the song? The one that plays at the crosswalks and shit? Nightheart. Yeah, that one. And then while it's playing, it'll get cut off halfway and swap to a buzzer-like sound. Apparently the volume is ear tier. Apparently the volume will fuck your ear. So yeah, ever heard of a prank like that? That's the kind of thing you'd find floating around ad channel, right? Yesterday, I'd gotten a voicemail with a mysterious buzzer sound. I had no idea who'd sent it, and the contents unsettled me for some reason, which was why I decided to try and ask Grim if he knew about it. If it was just a simple prank, I could just forget about it. Huh? Grim wasn't responding. Why was he being silent? Hello? Did you die? Still no response. Grim didn't usually fall asleep like this, In fact, this was the first time it had ever happened. If he actually had fallen asleep, then I guess I'd just log off. We'd meet up again later in ESO anyway, so I could just bring it up again then. But the second I thought that, and began to get up from my chair. Grim, kept you waiting, huh? I was sifting through a channel. I was looking for stuff about your prank. Oh, so that's why you disappeared. But that meant that even the oh so well informed Grim hadn't known about the prank. Grim, but no matter how many threads or boards or whatever I searched, I found nothing. Not on Ant Channel, nor anywhere on the net. Night art. So, would that mean that whoever had pulled the prank had some sort of personal grudge against me? I was still curious about the true identity of the caller, but I wasn't brave enough to call them back. Wait, that's it? Since I knew the phone number, that meant I could have someone else call it for me. That way, they could take the fall. The best person for the job would be either Nanami or Misumi-kun. Wait, Misumi-kun may have been brainwashed by the demon girl, so that wouldn't work. As for Nanami, however, I was sure I'd have no trouble asking her to do it. She'd probably get pissed at me afterward, but who gives a shit? Hell, if anything, it'd be good for her to suffer the tortures of society every once in a while. I thanked Grim for his help, promised I'd meet back up with him on ESO in a few hours, and close the chat. Right as I did so, I felt my stomach growl. Man, I was hungry. Did I have any cup ramen stocked anywhere? I tried looking around for a bit, but I couldn't find any. Reluctantly, I decided to head to the convenience store to buy some. The sun was already setting. I wanted to avoid getting out late at night as much as possible, because every time I did recently, nothing good ever came of it. I unconsciously started walking faster, hurrying down the road toward the convenience store. Today was Saturday, so I'd expected to run across a ton of pedestrians, but I hadn't encountered a single one so far. All the stores that should have been opened were closed. Kind of weirded me out. Maybe I was just confused. Like, maybe I had thought it was 7 p.m. when it was actually 2 a.m. Yeah, like that ever happened. But even so, it was way too quiet. I could barely hear any of the normal city noises you'd expect. The aura the city was giving off was different from usual. I arrived at the Shinsen Station convenience store. It was right in front of the train station, and yet there wasn't a single person here either. I was starting to get more and more freaked out. The sudden disappearance of something I'd taken for granted was enough to make me feel like I'd been transported to a completely different world. On a normal day, I would always avoid running into or talking to other people, but all I wanted right now was just to see another person's face. I burst inside the convenience store. There has to be somebody working here, I thought to myself as I looked around the store. There's no one here. There were no customers nor any employees.
まさか。
There's no way. Mm-mm. And we'll try green. This couldn't be happening. An employee had to be in the back. If I were to just bring something up to the register, they should come out right after. So I decided to leisurely grab a boxed lunch, pretend to flip through a manga magazine while I was at it, and then come up to the counter and set the box down. No one came out. Maybe there really wasn't anyone here. Fine. If that was the case, then I grabbed the boxed lunch off the counter and head straight for the automated door. I stood in front of the door and it opened automatically, but just as I was about to step outside...
Mate!
Wait. An employee finally emerged from the back of the room behind the cash register. He was a bleary, gloomy-looking guy, almost likely a college student. He leaned over the counter and glared at me with dull eyes.
お前、今万引きしようとしただろ。
You just tried to shoplift, didn't you? I shrugged my shoulders and walked back to the register.
あんたが出てこないからでしょ。
Yeah, because you didn't come out.
すいません、居眠りしてました。
So's? I was catching some Z's. The employee bowed his head with a shit-eating grin. It felt like he was mocking me. I was pissed. This convenience store clearly didn't give a shit about training its part-timers.
しねえ。当然タダで持って帰ってもいいよね。
Go to hell. I could just go ahead and take this for free, yeah?
は？それとこれとは別じゃないですか。
What? How's that in any way related?
あんたの責任なんだからあんたが代金立て替えろよ。
It's your responsibility, so you pay for it.
ふざけんなニート野郎。
Fuck off, you fucking neat.
この
You son of a... I swung at him without thinking. My incredibly fast straight punch hit him square in the nose. With a pathetic yelp, he flew backwards, collided with the shelf, then fell to the ground. A magnificent punch, if I do say so myself.
すいません。
I'm sorry. As blood gushed from his nose, the employee got down on his hands and knees and bowed with tears in his eyes.
お金は結構さ。だから帰ってください。
Forget about the money. Please, just leave.
分かればいいんだよ。
Glad you know your place. While I was at it, I swiped 4 of the dorayaki that were on display by the register and headed for the door, satisfied.
二度と来るかバカ。
Good luck ever seeing me here again, asshole. Throwing out that line to get the perfect last word, I leisurely exited the store. Several minutes had passed while I was having my delusion. There was still no sign of any employees. I had no intention of staining my hands with DQN behavior, despite my delusion just now. That being said, I also couldn't bring myself to yell out for an employee either, so I just stood there in the deserted store without moving. I wanted to believe that the employee was just taking a nap, so I waited for another 5 minutes. But while I waited, no employees showed up, nor did any customers enter the store. There wasn't even as much as a sound. After enough time had passed, I started feeling scared, so I put the boxed lunch back on the shelf and left the store. Huh. I opted to go to the railroad crossing located right next to the station. From there, I'd be able to see Shinsen Station platform. There was no way a place like that would be deserted, right? That was what I'd hoped, but there was no one there. I waited for a train to come. Once that happened, there would be a bunch of passengers that would get off. But even if no one got off, I'd definitely see people riding the train as it passed in front of me. Even after 10 minutes, the train still hadn't come. I tried to convince myself that there must have been an accident or something that messed with the schedule, but there was no sign of any passengers on the platform. It was then that I finally realized the gravity of the situation. This was weird. This was really, really weird. That's it. I'll go to Shibuya Station. There absolutely had to be people there. No doubt about it. There were people in front of Shibuya Station 24/7 without fail. I broke into a run without thinking. Yeah. Ran as hard as I could. I didn't want to stop even if I was out of breath. It was probably the first time in my life that I'd ever run so hard. As I ran, I hoped that this was just some sick dream I was having, but I knew it wasn't. My heart and lungs felt like they were about to explode. The pain was far beyond what you would feel in a dream. It surprised me how unbelievably fast I was breathing. And yet, no matter how much I inhaled, the pain refused to go away. As I kept running down Dogenzaka, I finally saw 107. By the time I did, my legs were already shaky. My body felt extremely heavy. Even so, I forced my feet to keep moving. I no longer had it in me to pay attention to my surroundings. The entirety of my consciousness was focused on Scramble Crossing, the symbol of Shibuya. Almost there, just a little bit further. The second I passed 107, it'd be right there. The largest in Japan. It was the place where the largest number of people in Japan came together all at once. That was why I had to get to Scramble. To Scramble. Empty. That was the state of Shibuya Station, which I could see from the Y junction running in the front of 107. A world without sound. A world that felt dead. A place which had always been flooded with overwhelming sound, now ruled by silence. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own heavy breathing. This can't... I fell to my knees in the middle of a large street. I couldn't walk another step. The shock had stolen every last ounce of my strength from my body.
ここ渋谷だろ
This is Shibuya, right? There was no one to my left, to my right, in front of me, behind me. There was no one anywhere. Even though 7 p.m. on a Saturday night was when Shibuya should have been most crowded. Oh, what was going on? This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. I closed my eyes and cradled my head. This was a dream, an illusion. This couldn't be reality. Yes, it was true that I wanted to live a quiet and peaceful life all by myself. I didn't want anyone to interfere with me, and I didn't want to get involved with anything. But that didn't mean I wanted to live in a world where no one existed. If no one else existed, who would pay for my living expenses? If no one else existed, who would make boxed lunches for me to eat? If no one else existed, who would play ESO with me? If no one else existed... A sound. I'd heard a sound. It hadn't come from me. It'd been from someone else. Someone was here. Someone other than me was nearby. I felt like I had been saved. As I'd thought, it was just a coincidence. It only appeared like there was no one here. In truth, no one had disappeared. I wasn't the only one left in the world. I was so relieved that I almost started crying. I turned my gaze toward the sound.
君は
It was a boy in a wheelchair. A short distance away from me, though still in the middle of the intersection, he sat quietly in place. I couldn't quite figure out how old he was. If I had to guess from his size alone, I'd say he looked like he was in elementary school. He was wearing his hat so low that I couldn't see his expression very well. But
やっと会えたね。
we meet at last. I could hear the boy's voice extremely clearly. It felt like he was whispering directly into my ear, which made me turn around. Of course, there was no one there.
これどうなってるんですか?
Excuse me, sir. Do you know what's going on here? Even though he was younger than me, I ended up speaking formally to him.
どうして誰もいないのか?
Why is there no one here?
君は理由を知ってますか?
Would you happen to know the reason why?
知ってるよ。
Yes, I know why. Despite how young his voice sounded, there was nothing childish about it.
それより
But more importantly,
僕のメッセージは受け取ってくれた?
did you receive my message? Message? What message? I had no idea what he was talking about. Oh, he's the one that sent that thing.
誰だ? 君は
Who are you? The boy moved his wheelchair forward slightly. The wheelchair was old, and it made a rusty sound as it came closer to me.
その目誰の目?
Whose eyes are those eyes?
でしょ?
Yes. I was confused. Why had he murmured, "Whose eyes are those eyes," just now? Who was he?
目覚めるんだ。早く。
You must awaken. Quickly.
出ないと。
Because if you don't,
もっとたくさんの人が死んじゃうことになるから。
many more people are going to die.
君は一体
What the hell are you? I rubbed my eyes to wipe away my tears, and because of that, I was finally able to get a clear look at the boy's face. Oh. The boy wasn't a boy. His skin was covered with wrinkles like an old man. His cheeks were hollow. His eye sockets had sunken into an abnormal extent. His pupils were cloudy. He had no eyebrows. and his body was as small as a child's.
僕は
I am.
将軍だよ。
Yeah, Shogun. I was gonna say it was him, but messed up. But okay, so I guess it kind of is him, maybe. For a moment, I forgot how to breathe. My head felt like it had been struck by a hammer. The ground was shaking violently. No, my body was falling over. I shot my hands out into the asphalt to keep myself upright. What? What he just said? Shogun. He was Shogun.
忘れないで。
Don't forget.
君は逃げちゃいけない。
You mustn't run away. I lifted my head and watched as Shogun, who had already turned his back to me, left Scramble Crossing. His wheelchair was getting farther and farther away, making a creaking sound as it moved. The thought of chasing after him and pressing him for answers didn't even cross my mind. I didn't think of running up and punching him in the face for dragging me into this either. I wasn't even remotely a confrontational person. My head started to hurt. The area around my temples throbbed with pain. Still cowering on the spot, I tried to endure it. Taku. In the world without sound, a discordant noise began to spread, an all-encompassing static. Whose voice was that? Don't look at me. Taku? What had previously been just a random, discordant mess of garbled static gradually turned into a real voice. Someone gently placed a hand on my shoulder.
邪魔なんだっつうの。
You're in the way, assholes.
何してんだろうね。
What the hell's your problem?
最近の若いもんは
Kids these days.
なんかのパフォーマンスじゃないの？
Could it be some kind of performance? Taku. While still trying to endure the pain of my headache, I looked up. The demon girl, Rimi, was peering at my face as she stood over me. Eyes that were clear and full of life. Eyes that looked at me, and only me. Again, this girl had appeared out of nowhere once again.
歩ける？歩いて。
Can you walk? Here. She wrapped her arm under my arm and tried to make me stand up. I shrieked and shook her off. I came to my senses and looked around. I was still in the middle of the street, but it wasn't deserted anymore. There were people around me in every direction, walking every which way without it paying any mind. Taku. Rimi, with a face that looked like she was about to cry, reached out to me once more.
今は私の言うことを聞いて。
Listen to me, Taku.
夜だ!
Stay back. When I screamed, the throbbing in my head transformed into an intense stabbing pain. Even so, I ignored it, scrambling back on all fours to try and get away from Rimi.
お前だろお前が見せたんだお前の妄想だ
It was you, wasn't it? That was your delusion, and you made me see it.
僕の心を支配して精神攻撃を
Controlling my mind, attacking my psyche.
この悪魔め
You fucking demon.
お前なんて剣で殺してやる
I'm gonna kill the likes of you with my sword.
ベースに帰れば僕には理想。
As soon as I get back to my base, I'll get my so an abrupt impact ran through my cheek. It stung with pain and began to heat up. She had slapped me. She was going to kill me once and for all. Scurrying back on all fours, I tried as hard as I could to escape with my life. But Remy quickly grabbed my hand. With the strength I never thought a girl could have, she pulled me toward her. And embraced me. Her soft form gently enveloped my own. It was so warm. I could smell a tiny hint of sweat. Her silky hair tickled the tip of my nose.
しっかりして。
Pull yourself together. With such an anticlimax, my whole body felt like it was about to give out.
ここにいたら危ないよ。
It's not safe for you to stay here. Her voice was slightly shaky. I couldn't tell if she was crying or not.
信号赤になっちゃってるから。
Because of the lights turning red. I was so confused. Was she not going to kill me? Why was she helping me? The hallucination from before, where all of the people in Shibuya disappeared, it wasn't something she'd forced me to see? When I felt such a kind, gentle warmth, when she'd embraced me so innocently. It shook everything I had believed up until that point. Could it be that Sakihara Rimi wasn't actually a demon at all? Or was it foolish to believe that? What if this was just a cunning way to deceive me? Regardless, one thing was for sure. With Remy hugging me, I felt an incredible sense of relief. I had no idea what to call such a strange sensation. Upon letting go of me, Remy put my face between her hands, then stared at me once again. Her eyes were slightly red.
お願い。
Please, Taku,
今は私についてきて。
come with me,
いい？
okay? For some reason, I nodded. We were standing still, alone in the middle of an empty intersection. A number of people on the sidewalk waiting for the pedestrian signal to change were watching us closely. We could hear a few people laughing here and there. Many cars had their headlights trained on us and were starting to honk their horns. Creamy grabbed my hand tightly and started running toward the sidewalk. She pulled me along with her, and I followed. With countless horns blaring at us, we made it to the sidewalk. Remy breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. My hand was still in hers. Just being held in this way made my heart feel more and more at ease. I wanted to submit myself to this feeling. I wanted to stay like this forever. Remy turned back in my direction.
無事でよかったね。
I'm glad you're okay. She smiled an incredibly happy smile. I didn't know whether it was real, an act, or what exactly it was. But...
話してよ。
let go. Because I had been so hostile to her until now. Because I had thought of her as a demon until now. If I let her win me over like this, I felt like I'd cease being myself.
あ、ごめんごめん。
Oh, sorry. She quickly let go of my hand.
それにしてもびっくりした。タクが道の真ん中でうずくまってるんだもん。
Anyway, You really gave me a scare. You were all huddled up in the middle of the road.
信号が赤になった時はどうなることかと。
I had no idea what I was going to do once the light turned red. I turned my back to Remy as she started talking cheerfully. I walked off, pushing my way through the crowd of people.
僕、帰る。
I'm going home.
じゃあ送るよ。具合悪いんでしょ。
Oh, okay. Then I'll walk back with you. I know you're not feeling too hot. Her voice chased me from behind, but I shook my head in refusal. Taku? The cheerfulness from before advanced from her voice. I felt terrible, considering how much she had done to help me. So I...
ありがとう。
Thank you. Barely, just barely managed to squeeze out those words. To think that the three investigative divisions would actually be merged into one. Staring at the detectives gathered in the Shibuya Police Department's conference room, Banisuji thought that to himself. The Inukashira Line Shibuya Station public bathroom homicide case, or as the media called it to amuse themselves, the vampire case, had caused an increasingly serious drop in manpower. When 3 brutal murders occurred within the same jurisdiction within the same period of time, the possibility of a single perpetrator became more and more evident. A suggestion had been raised that the Cornelius Tower mass suicide case be handled by the juvenile division, but since the media had been treating it as part of New Gen, there was the possibility that if the police treated the case differently, they would be subjected to criticism. Therefore, it was only natural that the central office had chosen the only remaining option, to merge the several investigation headquarters. With this interrogation now in place, the group was reviewing the series of New Gen cases one by one. The projection screen at the front of the conference room displayed a series of photographs of the crime scenes one after the other. Sua had been chosen to hold the presentation. He had stayed up all last night going over the documents endlessly. Good work, Ban muttered internally, chin resting on his hands.
コーネリアスタワー集団投身自殺事件の発生は9月7日っす。です。
The Cornelius Tower case went down on September 7th, took place on.
ニュージェネとマスコミが呼称している4つの事件の中では一番最初に発生してます。
Of the 4 incidents that the mass media has begun referring to as New Gen, it was the first to occur.
午後11時半ごろ、渋谷コーネリアスタワー屋上のヘリポートから男女5人が転落。全員死亡しました。
At 11:30 p.m., a group of 5 men and women fell from the helipad on the roof of Shibuya's Cornelius Tower. There were no survivors.
5人は全員未成年の高校生。男が3人、女が2人。ただし、5人のうち男女1人ずつだけが同じ学校なだけで、それ以外の3人はいずれも別の学校でした。
All 5 were underage high school students, 3 male, 2 female. Out of the 5, 2 attended the same school, while the remaining 3 each attended different schools.
5人それぞれの爪の間にわずかな肉片が残っており、手のひらに引っかき傷があったことが司法解剖で判明しました。
The autopsy of the bodies revealed that each of the 5 had small traces of flesh embedded beneath their fingernails, along with scratches of the palms of their hands.
そこから5人は互いに手をつないだ状態で転落したと推測されます。
From this information, we can assume that the five fell while holding hands.
屋上には遺書らしきものはなし。
There were no sign of any notes on the roof.
被害者5人は学校帰りに待ち合わせてコーネリアスタワーへ向かったようです。
It appears that the five victims all came together after school and headed toward the Cornelius Tower together.
なお、事件性があることを示す根拠としては、コーネリアスタワー屋上が関係者以外立ち入り禁止であったことが挙げられます。
As for further proof that there is more to this incident than a mere group, the roof of the Cornelius Tower is off limits to all non-personnel.
事件があった時間、屋上への扉は施錠されており、その扉のドアノブに被害者5人の指紋は付着してませんでした。
At the time of the incident, the door to the rooftop was locked, and none of the five victims' fingerprints were found on the doorknob.
また、5人の遺品からも扉の鍵は見つかっていません。
The key to the rooftop was not found among any of the five victims' belongings either.
このことから、被害者以外の第三者が事件前後にその現場にいた可能性があります。
This suggests that someone other than the victims may have been present at the scene before and after the incident occurred.
その第三者が扉の鍵を持っており、事件前、あるいは事件後に鍵を閉めて立ち去ったという線で捜査を続けています。
The investigation is proceeding under the assumption that the third party possessed the key to the door, locked it, and left before or after the incident.
コーネリアスタワーのホテル従業員全員への聞き取り調査は終了。ほぼ全員にアリバイがありました。今はタワーに入っている企業の社員に話を聞いているところです。
We have already conducted interviews of all Cornelius Tower hotel employees, and nearly every one of them has an alibi. We are now in the process of interviewing the employees of the companies hosted in the tower.
被害者たち5人には今のところ自殺する理由は見つかっていません。
Currently, we have yet to find a motive for any of the five victims to commit suicide.
家族、友人、学校の教師など5人中4人の関係者が口を揃えて自殺する理由などないと断言しています。
For four out of the five victims, those related to them in some way, such as family members, friends, school teachers, and so forth, all declare unanimously that there was no reason for any of them to commit. The slideshow swapped to a picture of the second case, the Shibuya Station undergrad and fetus homicide case.
続いて、通称妊娠男事件についてですが、
Next, let's discuss the case known colloquially as the man-child case.
事件発生は9月19日。通称集団ダイブ事件から12日後。
The incident occurred on September 19th, 12 days after the group dive incident.
第一発見者は現場近くのカラオケ店店員。遺体発見は午前5時前後。
The first to discover the body was an employee of a karaoke box located near the scene. The body was found at approximately 5 a.m.
被害者は渋谷区在住の大学3年生、近衛千鶴21歳。
The victim is 21-year-old Konoe Chizuo, a third-year college student living in Shibuya Ward.
発見された時にはすでに死亡してました。
The victim was already dead when he was found.
死亡推定時刻は遺体発見の約4時間前、19日の午前1時頃です。
Time of death was estimated to be around 1 a.m. on the 19th, about 4 hours before the body was found.
遺体は腹部が不自然に大きく膨れ上がっており、中から胎児が発見されました。
The body's abdomen was naturally swollen, and the fetus was discovered inside it upon examination.
司法解剖の結果、被害者は生きたまま腹部を何者かに切開され、胃の中に胎児を入れられたようです。
The autopsy revealed that the victim's abdomen had been cut open while they were still alive, and the fetus had been inserted inside.
胎児はすでにその時点で亡くなっていたと思われます。
The fetus is believed to have already been dead at this point in time.
被害者が死亡したのは腹部を縫合された後、縫合した部分をかきむしったり、 縫合糸を一部引きちぎった形跡が見られました。
The victim died after his abdomen had been sewn back together. We found traces of thread being torn from the wound, leading us to believe that he'd been scratching at the sutures prior to his death.
胎児は妊娠8ヶ月ぐらいの状態で、母親の体から帝王切開で取り上げられたと考えられます。
The fetus was found to have been developed for at least 8 months, which leads us to believe that it was removed from the mother via C-section.
胎児の母親については今のところ見つかってません。その生死についても不明です。
The mother of the fetus has not yet been determined, and whether they are alive or dead is similarly unknown.
DNA 鑑定の結果、胎児と被害者には血縁関係はありませんでした。
Forensic analysis of the DNA was shown that the fetus and victim are unrelated.
ちなみに胎児の血液型は B 型、被害者の血液型は A 型です。
To support this, the fetus's blood type is B, and the victim's blood type is A. Suet took a breath. He seemed exhausted from all the talking. Yeah, I feel it. Furthermore, he must have been awfully nervous given a presentation in front of so many senior detectives.
次に第3の事件、丸山町貼り付け殺人事件です。
Next, we have the third case, the Miriam Macho affixed man homicide case. After a short delay, the next slide displayed a photo of the crime scene.
これが現場写真です。
This is a photo of the crime scene.
事件発生は9月29日。被害者は太田久志、56歳、都東大学教授。
The incident occurred on September 29th. The victim is 56-year-old Oda Hisashi, a professor at Toto University. Why do these names sound familiar?
第一発見者は現場のすぐ近くのアパートに住む男性。
The first to discover the body was a man living in an apartment near the crime scene.
被害者の死因は絞殺でした。殺害された後で10本程度の釘を使って貼り付けにされていました。
The victim's cause of death was strangulation. After they were killed, the body was pinned to the wall with 10 small metal spikes.
見ての通り、遺体には外傷はほとんどありません。
As you can see, the body has next to no external wounds.
釘についても貼り付けは一部肉体を貫通しているものもありましたが、基本的には衣服を通して貼り付けられている状態です。
A few of the spikes penetrated the body, but the spikes were generally affixed to the victim's clothing.
マスコミでは貼り付け、血の惨劇などと謳われてますが、出血は全くなし。
The media is referring to it as a crucifixion, the bloody rear stake, or some similar names, despite the fact that there was no bleeding at all.
釘はドイツのクロイツナーゲル社が販売している特徴的な長い十字架のような杭です。
The spikes are sold by the German company Kruzennagel. In actuality, they are stakes with a distinctive long cross-like shape.
犯人が十字架型をあえて選んだということから、宗教的な側面からも捜査を進めています。
As the killer ultimately elected to use cruciform objects, the investigation is proceeding while examining the crime from a religious angle.
事件の起きた21時から21時半の間に、現場周辺で壁に杭を打ち付ける音が数十分続いていたという証言が複数得られました。
We have received several testimonies detailing that between 9 and 9:30 p.m., the time the incident was occurring, the continuous sound of nails being driven into the wall could be heard for tens of minutes in the vicinity of the crime scene.
被害者の死亡推定時刻がほぼそれと同じ時間であることから、おそらく被害者は現場かそのすぐ近くで殺害されたと思われます。
As the victim's estimated time of death is almost exactly the same time as this, we believe the victim was likely killed right where the body was found, or somewhere near the scene.
また信憑性は怪しいですが、事件現場で私立水明学園の女生徒を見たという証言も上がっています。
In addition, although the statement may not be entirely credible, We've received testimony claiming that a female student from Sume Private Academy was seen at the crime scene.
最後に井の頭線渋谷駅トイレ殺人事件、通称ヴァンパイア事件です。
Lastly, there is the Inokashira Line Shibuya Station public bathroom homicide case, known colloquially as the vampire case.
事件発生は10月10日。遺体発見は午前5時半頃、駅員が発見しました。
The incident occurred on October 10th, and the body was discovered by a station attendant at around 5:30 a.m.
被害者の身元は今のところ不明。身元を示すような遺留品は一切ありませんでした。
The victim's identity remains unknown. There were no belongings left behind that may point toward their identity.
死亡推定時刻は前日の午前10時から午後6時の間。
The time of death was estimated to be between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. the day prior.
遺体の血液はすべて抜かれており、まるでミイラのような状態で放置されていました。
All blood had been drained from the body, and it was left in a state resembling that of mummification.
ご存知の通り、この写真が何者かによって撮影され、遺体発見より15分ほど前にインターネットのオークションに出品されており、
As you are already aware, this photograph was taken by an unknown individual and was sold on an internet auction site about 15 minutes before the body was found. As you listened to Sue's explanation, Van gave a light click in the tongue. Seems like death is what's in these days.